is hell. Welcome, cursed ones.
Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Hallowell, broadcasting live to you. And, I'm sorry this is a little bit later than usual, but, it was a long day. A lot of unexpected things happened, and I was, quite frankly, tired as hell. Briefly considered not streaming, but no way. So, got myself some cinnamon cake coffee, and, sipped that off stream. We're gonna hope that that gets me through this. Good evening, everybody. Welcome in Naka, welcome in Emerald, welcome in Sally, welcome in Alandria. Thank you all for being here. I'll be here listening though, just probably going to get pulled away. No worries, Emerald, believe me. I understand. Thank you for lurking though. I do appreciate it. That sounds tasty. Good to have you here even if you aren't feeling the best. Thank you. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, I'm just tired, but, you know, what else is new? But I hope you are all doing well on this Monday evening. Had to double check it was Monday. Yes, on this Monday evening. Definitely has felt like one. And more than a few ways, but... yes, I hope you're all doing well. We're going to play more Master Detective Archives Raincode today. I know we've been playing a lot of this, but I'm hooked on the story. Eventually we will finish Chibi Robo, so that I can open up another slot. I try to stick to 2 games at once unless the third game is going to be something, you know, like just gameplay oriented and not like story focused. That way we can keep a little bit of focus. And once we finish Chibi Robo, we'll work in Mouse PI. And that'll be our second game. But yes, we're going to try to make a little bit more inroads to this. Hey, welcome in, Bulgay. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're having a decent day. She's going to get pulled like the Sims character in order to increase friendship. But yes, we're going to play more of that today. I'm excited to work more on this case that we are currently investigating. I was actually thinking about it last night. Coming up with theories in my head and such with the current evidence that we have right now. And I'm very excited to see what else we can find as we boot up the game. Not too much else going on, I think, to talk about. I didn't really see much in the way of gaming news today. And not much else really going on outside of that. I did watch some interesting videos last night, some true crime related stuff and such, which was very interesting and frustrating. I've been trying Kiln a little bit. That's fairly new. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I think that's a Double Fine game, right? Tim Schafer and such. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How is it? Because it looked a little odd, but not necessarily in a bad way. Maybe not my cup of tea, but it kind of looks like something that maybe when you play it, it clicks. Still nothing about Requiem's new mode? No. Unfortunately, no. Nothing. I'm hoping it'll be soon, though. I'm glad you did bring up Requiem, though, because one thing... actually, 2 things came out. You actually reminded me, Sally. I'm saying I don't have anything to talk about, and there is 2 things. Number 1, I'm sure most of you saw that NVIDIA DLSS 5 demo that came out somewhat recently that had used Requiem as an example. I think they also used Starfield. But in that demo, they had Grace from RE9, and they used the AI filter to supposedly make her look better, and she looked terrible. And evidently, yeah, Timu Grace, yes, exactly. And the producer of Requiem actually came out and said that he was glad for the negative reaction to that because it shows that they did a great job with her design and it didn't need that, which made me happy. Hey, welcome in, Effecto. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for popping in. I'll get to the other Requiem thing in a second. Let me read what Elandria put here. It's a bit shallow, fighty-wise, kind of fun for a little bit of no-brain fun, but the half of it with actually making pottery super adorable and fun. Oh, that does sound cute. Grace at home, yeah. Yeah, so the other part of it is a little disappointing. They talked about... I think it was the director, Koshi Nakanishi, mentioned that when they were designing Requiem, they tried not to make it too scary so that it wouldn't put off, like, newer players and stuff like that who want to enjoy the story. And I'm just kind of tired of hearing about this across horror. Like, it's nothing about him or the Resident Evil team exclusively. This is just something I've been hearing a lot when it comes to horror stuff, and I've vocalized my feelings on this before, but horror is meant to be scary, and if you are willingly partaking in the genre and your concern is that it's going to be too scary for you to handle, then I mean, that's a you problem. You know? Just wanted to stop by and greet. Today was not okay. I'm still hurt. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Effecto. Do you want to talk about what happened? I don't mind if you do. I'm really sorry to hear that. I don't know the nature of what happened, but I do hope that you are... Anyways, have fun. I hope your week will be great. A lot of us here have been having a tough time of it too, and, you know, I'm really sorry to hear that, and, you're in good company in that regard. But please know that, we are here for you, Effecto. Now, we can't materially change anything that may have happened, but if you need support or you want a community that you can just, you know, talk to, we are here. And you can always join the Discord and talk if you'd like to. Howdy, all of you. I gotta... Oh my god, sorry. Figured I'd try to make you laugh. Welcome in, Purple. Thanks for your best wishes. I'll be okay, and best wishes to you in the Twitch chat. Of course, Effecto. Yeah, no, I totally understand, you know, if you ever want to talk, that offer is there, okay? Please don't hesitate or don't feel like you can't. Again, I'm very, very sorry to hear that things did not go well today. Just know that you're not alone, okay? And best wishes to you, too. Yeah, if you ever want to, you can come in over here on the Twitch side and hang out with us if you'd like. Everybody here is, I'm sure you can see it in the corner of the screen, but everybody here is wishing you well and hoping that you're okay. Don't want to overwhelm you or anything, just want you to know that you have some support. What just happened? I don't know why I did that. Oh! Thank you so much, Purple. Thank you for the sub. For the 5 months, oh my god. Thank you so much, Purple. But yeah, I don't want to harp on it too much. I just know there's a little bit of a delay between when I say stuff here and when it actually appears on the YouTube end. So I just want to make sure that you are able to hear this, so... Yeah, please take care of yourself, and if you ever want to hang out with other people, we've got your back, so either you can come on over to the Twitch side, or you can join the Discord server. And come hang out. Just know you're not alone, okay, Effecto? But yes, thank you so much, Purple. Keep coming back, your voice is hot. Thank you so much, Purple. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the resubs. That's like asking to tone down violence in Call of Duty to scare off people with blood phobia. Yeah, it is so bizarre, and I'm really tired of hearing this happen with horror. I don't want to beat a dead horse again. I know I have talked about this before, but it seems like something that only horror ever has to put up with. Keeping my streak. Welcome in, Wilby. I hope you are doing well today. Okay, back to streaming. Have a good stream, Wilby. Thank you for dropping by. I do appreciate it. I'll be here lurking. I watched 3 witches, so I may need to dip soon. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, do what you have to do. Thank you. I do appreciate the lurk, Purple. Condemned Criminal Origins. That was criminally a hidden gem. Yes, I think I actually asked my chat a little while back if anybody played that game. Yes, Condemned was a very promising series. And Condemned 2 ended on a cliffhanger and unfortunately was never resolved. Because Sega never greenlit a 3rd game. Which makes me really sad, because it was really, really good. Very different. Love listening in to you while I make drugs. I'm having so much fun with this game. I can tell, Purple, and I'm glad to see it. I know I said it last time, but you're always going through a lot, so just seeing you having such a blast with this game is very refreshing. I'm happy to see you having fun. I started playing RE5 recently. Thankfully, it's not honestly scary at all. I know it's old, but still. Yeah, RE5 is definitely not scary at all. Not in the slightest. It's a fun game, though. Flawed, but fun. I am too. I need to try Repo out soon and Peak soon. Yeah, I still have not played either of those games either. Personally, I don't know. I always thought Lethal Company looked more fun than Repo. But I do have to try it for myself before I can conclude that definitively. Of course. Repo is good, definitely better with people. Yeah, I need to, I do need to give it a shot. Peak is an interesting one, because I love platformers, but I don't know, there's something at Peak that I just feel like it wouldn't be all that fun to me, but I don't know, maybe if I'm thinking maybe too single-player minded, I can see how it would be a lot of fun with a group. I guess that is kind of the point of where the fun comes from. So I could see myself enjoying it. So you don't have 100 hours in a drug-making game. Hard to be scared in RE5 when you are the menace? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I would kill to watch Adrian play Repo. I have been invited to do it. I don't know if my computer could handle it without screaming. But maybe one of these days it will happen. So you may get your wish. I still need to get Lethal Company. Yeah, it is a great game. My nighttime working streamer, literally achievement, and hunted that game in 100%. She's gonna teach me her ways soon. Always posted in the Discords too to see who wants to play. Yeah. Yeah, that is useful advice for sure. Always scared to ask because I feel like I bother people. Please. The worst somebody can say in that regard is just that, you know, they don't have the time and whatnot. You're not bothering anybody. Exactly, see? What Bolgay said. Playing co-op, and I love jumping the zombies with the knife together. Are we still talking about Repo here? Or are you talking about RE5? No RE5, got it, okay. Yeah, the zombies thing, okay. Yeah, the zombies thing is what kind of threw me off a little bit. My nerd brain knows they're not zombies, so I process that a little differently. But yes, back to the thing I was talking about before, which is basically, unfortunately, they kind of spoke on their design process to RE9, very similarly to RE8, in that they did not want to put people off by making the game too scary, which is frustrating to hear because, again, it is a horror game, and I'm just really tired of hearing about this as a general thing in regards to horror. And like you said, Sally, it's like toning down the blood and stuff in a war game or something. It's like, you know what you're signing up for when you play it, but for whatever reason, horror seems to be the only genre where we have to put up with this, and it's honestly just exhausting. I understand that horror isn't for everybody, but then just don't play the games, you know, or watch the movies. Like, it's a common complaint that I always see with people who want to be a part of it, but they're too scared, and it's like, I do understand, like, I'm not trying to, how do I put it? I don't want to sound as though I am, like, gatekeeping or anything, not at all. It just feels like it would be a silly complaint if it were any other genre. Like, I don't want to watch this comedy movie because it's going to be too funny. Or I don't want to watch a romance movie because it's going to be too lovey-dovey, you know? I know what I'm signing up for if I'm watching those things. If I'm watching a romance movie, then I want it to be cheesy and lovey-dovey. If I'm watching a comedy movie, I want to laugh as much as I possibly can. If I'm watching a horror movie or playing a horror game, then I want to be as scared as possible. Now, don't get me wrong. Being afraid is not a necessity with horror. Right? I know that that sounds like kind of in opposition to what I'm saying, but horror can sometimes be more of a theme than the central focus. Like, you don't need to be scared to have something be horror themed, right? There are plenty of films and games and books that use horror as a general overtone in an atmosphere without it being the central focus. So it is possible, and I can definitely understand that. But I don't... But to me, I don't necessarily think that you should ever go into anything horror, like, with the expectation that you're not going to be at least a little scared, or, you know, not at least hoping for it. To me, it kind of feels like jumping on a roller coaster and hoping that it doesn't go too fast. It's like, isn't that kind of the point? So you wouldn't board one in the first place. But I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit out of touch on that one, and I'm, you know, perfectly fine with accepting that. I just get so tired of hearing it as a complaint. It confuses me so much, and it just kind of feels like it's in betrayal of the point of, or at least part of the point of horror. So when I see people, like, celebrating that things aren't scary, and they're like, oh, you know, I don't want to play that because they make it too scary, or it upsets me that they make those things too scary. It's like, well, what are you really expecting from it? And it's not as though, especially for video games, there's not a way to make it easier on yourself. You can play on easy, you can play with the lights on, you can play, you know, with a friend or somebody else there, or stream it. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I think they are trying to appeal to those who don't play the games and just watch them. I mean, I honestly wouldn't say that. I would actually say it might be the opposite, because the scarier that a game is, the more reactions that, you know, you get out of people who do stream it, and then, of course, by extension, the games get more views and stuff on platforms like Twitch and YouTube because you get better, funnier reactions from people getting scared. Making the games actively less scary does a disservice to that potential. You know what I mean? So it actually does feel like they're focusing more on the play testers, like when they do the focus tests and stuff. Because I remember them saying when they were promoting RE8 that they took a lot of data back from RE7 and felt that they went way too over the top on making the game scary. And that a lot of people weren't completing the game because they couldn't get through it, and they didn't want that to happen again, so they toned it way down with RE8. They basically cordoned the horror off to one short segment of the game, you know, the one I'm talking about. And the rest of it was not scary at all. And it feels like with RE9, their solution to that was, to their credit, I do think that the game did a really good job of trying to be scary and whatnot. But you can definitely see more of what they were going for now in light of that interview, and it just makes me a little bit disappointed. Especially because, you know, again, I keep saying this, but like, if they want to go for something that has a horror atmosphere, but isn't really trying to be scary, they have Dino Crisis waiting there for them to reboot. But I understand that Resident Evil is a series that makes the money, and they're always going to try to make sure that they don't put off their customers because, you know, that would defeat the purpose of their business, right? Yeah, look how much people like PT. That didn't tone down anything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Corpse Party is not a scary game, but it's a good goddamn horror game. Yeah, it is great. Dude, I love watching games that are super scary because I can't play them. Yeah, and there's all sorts of ways to, you know, participate and whatnot. I think for me, I'm just personally sad because we already went through an era of Resident Evil where it wasn't really scary. You know, like the 4, 5, and 6 era of the games. And all throughout that, I kept hoping, beyond hope, that we would get another horror-focused game. And even though 7 is not a perfect title, it did try. And it actually got me quite a few times when I was playing it for the first time. It had a great atmosphere, and it was so refreshing in the approach that it took. And I kept hoping that they would improve on that even more going forward. But outside of the RE2 remake, they've pretty much been dressing it up as horror, but not really trying to scare you all that much. Again, 9 was probably the first time in a while where they had genuinely tense, atmospheric segments befitting of a horror game, but 8 was definitely not scary. RE3 was remake was not scary. RE4 remake added more horror to it, but it was not scary. Yeah, it just things like that you know, it's a little disappointing. Requiem kind of loses all scares when it reaches Raccoon City. One thing I'll give them credit for is they let things breathe a lot in that part of the game. And I do like that there's a lot of dark segments and stuff like that. But yeah, largely, I do agree with that. I feel like if they would have had more dedicated sections in that part of the game to, like, actually playing into the, like, the darkness and the feeling that you could get jumped or grabbed from any, you know, any given moment or whatnot, would have helped improve the scares in that department. But yeah, they kind of kept those areas very short and sweet and spaced out to kind of make sure that, I guess, people didn't get too scared in that moment. And it also kind of makes me a little sad because I would have thought that the purpose behind splitting up Leon and Grace's segments was so that way they could have that release when you're playing as Leon, meaning that they could kind of go all out when you're playing as Grace and not really have to worry about that. Which, again, to their credit, Grace's segments are very focused on horror, but I definitely does feel at some points like they held back a little bit in things they could have done. Maybe the problem was that it was in plain daylight. I do think that does play a part in it, for sure. I actually was hoping for a nighttime segment in Raccoon City, but yeah, I mean, I do feel like they could have made it a little bit more nerve-wracking, even despite the fact that it was in the daylight. In fact, if anything, I do think that the contrast between, like, you know, the times where you have to go under the ground and stuff like that, and it does get dark, was aided by the fact that it was daytime. But again, there were not enough segments like that in that area of the game to really make full use of it. Sadly. But I don't know. Guess we will have to see whenever they do the DLC what approach they take with it. I think a huge part of it is that you mainly fight zombies. You weren't expecting getting jumped by any other creatures at that point. Yeah. Which is honestly an issue I have with Nakanishi's games in general. Like, I don't really have a problem with the enemies in RE9, because they're very well designed from a gameplay perspective. But I always feel like in his games, the enemies are like an afterthought. Because in Revelations, the Ooze have a nice variety to them in terms of, like, combat styles. But design-wise, they are very bland. And in RE7, the enemies are incredibly samey, and there is not enough variety in the slightest. So it's like a weird thing that I've noticed is consistent with his titles. And I don't know if it's something that he prefers, but I guess given the fact that this is the third time it's happened with him in the director's chair, it's probably one of his stylings. I do think RE9 was the best handled, though, in terms of actually making the enemies fun compared to 7 and the first Revelations game. But yeah. In any case, didn't mean to fly into that whole discussion, but you bringing that up actually did remind me of the interview I read earlier. And I do hope that eventually they feel more comfortable. Like, if the rumors are true and they are in fact remaking Code Veronica, I hope that they just go all out and let it be as scary as it can possibly be. And that they don't try to water it down. I'm sure there will be action segments as there were, of course, in the original game, but I do hope that they are comfortable with taking an RE2 remake approach rather than RE3 remake approach to it all. Because it's not like we get many horror games now. Honestly, I would say this has probably been the period where we've actually had more than recent times. But, you know, horror in general can be quite scarce in the gaming department. So, I always want the games to live up to their full potential as much as possible whenever we get one. But I guess time will tell. But yes, anyway, did get a late start, so we should probably get to the game a little bit earlier. So let's go ahead and do our pre-game tarot card pull, and then we will get back to working on this case. So let us see, what is today's card? Today's card is the King of Wands. Now, what is very interesting about this... Thank you for the head pats, Naka. What's very interesting about this card is, as some of you may be able to tell, if you have a knowledge of tarot, or you've just been listening to me, you know, give these readings for, you know, the past forever now, that I've been doing these streams, you may notice that the Wands cards are often, hold on, let me change our song. There we go. The Wands cards are often dealing in things like creativity, right? Your ambitions with regards to things that you want to achieve that are closely linked to things like hobbies and aspirations. Now, the interesting thing about the King of Wands is that it actually doesn't have much to do in the way with those subjects. It actually has more to do with power. The power to actualize the things that you want to see completed in life. It doesn't have to be limited towards just creative endeavors. Not that any of the other Wands cards are, but they are closely linked to that. The King of Wands is actually not restricted to that in any way, shape, or form. The King of Wands radiates a masculine energy that empowers you to corral people the way that you want them to accomplish things that you want to see accomplished. When you or somebody that you know has the King of Wands as their, how would you say, I'm going to say aura, but, you know, the energy that they give, if you will, means that you're very good at getting people to believe in you. People find you charismatic, or they find this person charismatic. They enjoy the things that you do. They like you very much, and they're actually willing to put in as much effort as possible to help you realize your dreams. And thus, you are able to kind of flow into a leadership position in which you can have people help you get to your goals. That's Adrian. I don't know if I would say that, but that does make me happy to hear that you feel that way, Emerald. But it's a very good card, especially if it is referring to you, because it means that you have the kind of personality and ambitions that people believe in and they like, and they naturally gravitate towards you. There is no need to have to push very hard to get people to help you out with the things that you want to accomplish, because they just believe in you. It comes naturally. And with that, much like the ace cards that present a potential to accomplish things, this card is a massive push in the right direction in terms of you actually achieving your goals, except unlike, you know, with those cards, it's not only about you, it's about the people you surround yourself with. So this increases your chances of actually seeing what you want to bring into the world actually come to fruition. But much like the ace cards, the big caveat is the biggest cheerleader needs to be you. You have to put in the effort to make it happen. So despite the fact that you have all of this power in your hands to manifest what you want, it's all about how you use it. If you actually try the hardest you can, you will likely see these dreams come true. If not, all this potential will go nowhere. So no matter how much help you get, no matter how much other people believe in you, as with most things in life, you have to show up for yourself. I know I say that a lot, but it is a very consistent theme across tarot. You have to be the person that shows up for you first and foremost, believes in yourself, your intuition, your capabilities, have self-confidence. And if you can do that, well, this card is a good indication that you won't be alone in trying to push to make those things come true. And thus you will have a much greater chance of seeing your dreams come true. So, you are encouraged to strongly visualize those things that you do want to see come to life. Plan it out thoroughly. Give it the attention and nurturing that it deserves. And then assume your position as a leader to both yourself and to anybody who aligns themselves alongside you to make these things come to life. It's a very, very good card. But yes, that is our pregame tarot card pull. I would say that that actually does apply to a lot of you, in my opinion. Agreed with the unique green gem. Darn. I would say that it applies to you very well, Emerald. I think it applies to a lot of you. A lot of you are super talented people, and seeing the way that all of you pour your heart and soul into your work, whether it's as streamers, whether it's as artists, or both, you all radiate so much creative energy, and you all seem to have a lot of... great support systems. And that takes a lot of charisma and having people, you know, believe in the person that you are to achieve in the first place. Even if you're not doing anything particularly grand, I think we all know how cold and isolated and selfish and cruel the world can be. So when you have people that are by your side, it says something about you that you can have people that want to stand by you through all of it. And I see that a lot in my chat. Sure, everyone in this community is so cool. Exactly, Naka. You're all great, and all of you, you all have something special about each of you. And I'm not just saying that, I am routinely astounded by just how incredible all of you are. And not just those of you that that do the same thing, you know, streaming and whatnot. You should all be proud of yourselves, and yeah, I think this all actually does apply to a lot of you. The background music is carrying this moment. This is a great song. This is from Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance. Pretty sure it's in the original version as well. But I think this is like a arrangement of it. Thank you, appreciate you. I appreciate you too, Emerald. And I truly do believe that. Sincerely love all the creatives here. Yeah, me too. Thank you for the reading, of course. Yeah. You're welcome. I love doing this for you guys. And one thing I will definitely say is, please do take the message to believe in yourself away from it. I don't mean to sound corny, but it is true. All of you have so much potential and so much talent. And at the end of the day, you have to give yourself the first push. I know that's easier said than done. Believe me. Believe me. I don't sit over here thinking that I am anywhere near the best streamer at all. Not even close. But, I do try to see the positives in what I do. And that helps me to, hopefully put on a decent show. All of you are so much more talented and have a lot going for you, and you should be your own cheerleader. And I don't have to say that, I don't have to point out that you all have people who believe in you, because I think you see it for yourselves. Everybody here is massively supportive of one another. And that makes me really happy. So yes, please do give yourselves that credit. But yes, that was our card reading, and now we are ready to return to the rainy streets of the Kanai Ward. You are great, that's why we're all here. Thank you, Emerald. Let's get back on the trail of this nail man. Alrighty, here we are. And I kept the yapping down to 43 minutes. Not too bad. May I have the honor of reminding you to post your post to Blue Sky? Yes, thank you so much, Emerald. I did in fact forget. But it is up now. Thank you. She beat you by a few seconds, Naka. But thank you as well. I was listening, just dealing with my parents the entire time. No worries, Bolgay. But I hope you know that that applies to you as well. Even if it may not feel like it at times, but I think every community you're a part of really loves having you around, and that speaks to your positive energy, in spite of the troubles that you face. I gotta go back to lurking. No worries, Emerald. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. What, me? Creative? I think you need glasses. Well, no, the King of Wands is actually not too concerned with creativity. It's about having leadership energy, and mainly because people enjoy the kind of person that you are. That you're able to corral a group of people who believe in you, because they like you, and are willing to stick their necks out for you. And I definitely think that describes you well. I think Akira would definitely agree with me on that. I can already hear it in her voice. I would die for you, Bolgay. Where's that, where's that access to the other area I'm looking for? No, I don't, actually. My jacket belongs to you, Emerald. Also, Bolgay,
this way.
The little, Diana thing that you have is cute. I just noticed that now. Alright, let me hit the bus station instead. Let's just make our lives easier. Unable to travel by bus, okay. Alright, then let me look at the map real quick. Where am I going wrong here? And my hat is yours. I'm glad to see it actually works now. This is probably how I'm gonna keep it for a while. That way you have access to all of the outfits and variations of them. Being lost actually did help me a bit. Found another optional scene. So that's good. Hey, you know, that reminds me of this one officer I had in college before joining the army. He looked at me and said I was last in my class. You know who else was last in our class? Patton and Custer, and you ain't no Patton. That stuck with me the entire time I was in the army. It is very curious that you were, singled out.
Hmm?
Looks like parts of the poster have been torn off. I can only make out anti. These posters are spoiling the urban landscape. Don't get any postering ideas, Master. I wasn't planning on putting up any posters right now. Just gonna yoink your shoes and your rings in the bucket. I'm gonna have nothing left. But yeah, Bolgay, I am, admittedly a little ignorant on that subject. Was that meant to be a compliment? Or was that, trying to put you down? God, why am I having such a hard time finding this place?
Not this way.
Alright, let's go down the street. General Patton is known as one of the greatest generals of World War II. Custer got all his men killed at the Battle of Little Bighorn. Wow, okay. Yeah, so I was right then, because I knew who Custer was referring to, but not Patton. Well, Bolgay, all I can say is that is complete and utter bullshit, and you did not deserve that weird statement, but then again, I'm not surprised. I've faced similar weird remarks and bullshit from people, so it clearly is not true in the slightest. I know Custer from one Atari game that I would not like to elaborate on. I know exactly what game you're referring to, Sally. I know exactly what game you're referring to. He was not like that. God, I know I came up here from a set of stairs. Where the hell is it? This map is confusing me a bit. Station Square, Sun and Moon Hotel. All his base are belong to us. I'm so glad you know that. I love that meme so much, Emerald. That is one of the old school gaming memes. Okay, Riverbank, yes. That is Underground Sector, Kamasaki District. Okay, so we do need to be underground. Alright, so let's find another access to down here. And I have to be missing the general area. Am I turning in the wrong spot? You know what's weird? Custer during the Civil War is a very effective general. The problem was that he didn't change his strategies afterwards. That is actually very common in general, not just with like military strategists and such, but even with like people in art and stuff like that. It's very common to see like once people kind of hit the big time, where they do something right that resonates with a lot of people, they just never change the strategy. And eventually kind of phase out in that regard. Because other people come along doing something different. I was actually thinking about that the other day, because I was watching some stuff about, like, different directors and stuff with regards to film and such. There are pipes everywhere you look in this city.
Sure.
Guess all these pipes are necessary, given how much drainage is needed for the endless rain. There we go.
Master, you gotta hurry!
Okay. Perfect. Kept forgetting about that turn, but honestly being lost for a little bit was beneficial, because we found a few extra little goodies for more detective points, so I'll take it.
It's the peacekeepers. Stay hidden.
Huh? Oh, right. Chief. And that peacekeeper from the clock tower.
Seth Burrows. A high-ranking peacekeeper. He's quite infamous for being sly and persistent.
Why is he carrying flowers?
Well, we sure got some heavy rain again, huh? The humidity makes my hair fuzzier than normal.
I don't care.
Huh? What did you say?
I don't care. More importantly, you sent your detectives to interfere with the Nailman case, didn't you? We have witnesses.
This guy is so unserious. Right? It's always fascinating to see. You play it safe too often, you end up falling behind. You take risks and it could either be great or destroy you, such as life, huh? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it's easy to understand why you would want to play it safe, but like... you have to take risks, but yeah, like you said, you know, the wrong gamble could completely destroy you. It is a delicate balance, and you need to really have arguably both good luck and especially good intuition to know when to play it safe and when to take a chance. That's true of anything in life, honestly. It is fascinating to see how that that fact can apply to anything from warfare to creating successful pieces of art. It's just something that generally does apply to almost every aspect of life.
Nailman. Now that you mention it, there was a case like that before. Hey, no, I don't know anything.
This flower, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Huh?
Created by Amaterasu Corp's research, this precious work of art is adapted to Kanai Ward's environment. But unfortunately, once picked, it can only maintain its beauty for 3 hours. When something beautiful withers, it fills me with an inexplicable sorrow. I feel so sad that... it makes me want to sink a ship.
I knew he was going to turn it into some kind of mafia threat. True, all unread, we gamba. 17 black, let it rot.
I don't follow.
The Nailman affair will be handled by the peacekeepers. You and your team will withdraw immediately. Bring in the detectives you sent out. The peacekeepers will take custody of them.
Hold on! I don't know what detectives you're talking about, and I don't know where any of them are.
I'll wait until this flower withers. You have 3 hours. I'll not wait a second longer.
I was gonna say, I bet he's gonna turn this into a whole thing of, you have until the flowers wither, or they're gonna freaking arrest everybody or kill us all.
If you fail to meet my demands, you will suffer the same fate as this flower.
Fine, I get it, but can't you give me more time?
He's gone.
Chief Yako!
No worries,
Are
Bolgay.
you alright?
Oh, Yuma. And Alara, too. Yeesh, this is bad. Listen, the Peacekeepers just came by.
I know. We were watching from over there.
Huh? You were watching? You could have at least helped me out. Hold on. Are you two the detectives they were talking about?
I'm sorry. It's a long story, but it was probably us.
It was definitely us.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Why? What's going on?
It's exactly as the Peacekeeper said. We are currently pursuing the Nailman case. We'd like to search around the church. I was about to ask you to take us there, but you seem rather busy.
I feel bad for Yako. All we're doing is just making his life worse and stressing him the hell out.
Yeah, I'm real busy now, thanks to you two! You're gonna keep investigating? Not gonna help your chief out of a jam? Look, we've got 3 hours before I'm taken away. If that happens, the last detective agency in town is done for.
Would you rather hand us over to the Peacekeepers?
Who do you think you're talking to? I'm the chief. I'd rather turn myself in than ever sell anyone out. Though, I wouldn't want to do that either, if I'm being honest. Never mind, forget what I just said.
Man, he does not know when to stop.
What should we do, Halara?
There's only one person who'll be taken into custody. It's not the chief, not us. It's the Nailman. You will find the real culprit and turn the murderer over to the Peacekeepers as originally planned. With enough evidence, they will have no room to reject the truth.
But we only have 3 hours.
3 hours is more than enough. I will give my utmost effort as your assistant. With my logic, anything is possible.
I don't really get it, but it seems best to leave it to you two.
Does this game have game overs or screw-ups that gets you a bad ending? I actually don't know, Sally. That's a good question. I would say probably not. I know the first Danganronpa game had an alternate ending. I can't remember if Danganronpa 2 had more than one ending, and I know Danganronpa V3 didn't have more than one. So I'm not sure.
You said you wanted to go to the church? Let me mark it on the map. It's for the best that I don't tag along. If we're seen together, things will get even more sticky. I'll be right here, waiting for good news. I'm counting on you.
Got it. We're off.
3 hours. You've got 3 hours to solve the case. Seriously, I'm counting on you. There's still so much I need to do.
Interesting. I wonder what that thing was. It looked like a photo, right? I know I said it last time I played, but I really love how the constant rain is reminiscent of the movie Seven.
You can get to the church from Kamasaki District. Time is short.
Let's hurry!
So the Nailman urban legend originated at this church.
For some reason, I am immediately hit with thoughts of the Temple of Time, and Ocarina of Time. Just the way the camera panned in for a minute.
I hate churches. I find them devoid of value.
Huh? Why is that?
Because prayer is obviously inferior to payment. Just look at the tragedies the city has seen. There is no God to save you. The lost lamb should look to detectives for help instead, don't you think?
Oh, thank you. Welcome in, Astral Latte. Thank you for the raid. Hold on, let's get you a shout out. Yes, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What were you streaming? And how did it go? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Adrian Hallowell. I am a Cursed Witch VTuber, and I am playing Master Detective Archives Raincode, which is a investigation game, a murder mystery game, by the creator of the Danganronpa series. I'm doing alright. We did some Tomodachi Life at first, and then Doom Eternal. Oh, that sounds really fun. I have to swing by one of your Tomodachi Life streams and see what your island looks like. I've been having a lot of fun watching different people play that game. I still need to get it for myself eventually. And funny you played Doom right after. It reminds me of when Animal Crossing and Doom came out at the same time. And everybody was making fan art of both of them together. That was really fun. My island is all full of people from chat. I love that. And thank you for the first time chat, Chururi. I hope I said that correctly. I appreciate that. Very different vibes, yeah. I do think when those games came out, though, it was kind of a perfect mixture, especially given everything that was going on at the time. It's like Animal Crossing was the perfect thing that people needed to kind of live in a nice, relaxing, cozy fantasy and, you know, meet up with their friends and family and stuff from a distance in a cute environment that had some optimism where we really needed some. And then Doom Eternal was a game to let out all the aggression. It was quite the double feature. Kind of like when everybody was going crazy because of Barbie and Oppenheimer coming out the same day. But yeah, I just find it funny that you played two very contrasting games back to back. I hope you had a great stream. And thank you for the raid. I really do appreciate it. To all of the raiders who came along, yes, if you have to raid and run, please, by all means, take care of your post-stream self-care needs. Perfectly understandable. Thank you for coming along and saying hi and dropping by. I always appreciate it. I gotta eat dinner, but I'll be lurking here while I have my food. I hope you enjoy your meal. And thank you again for the raid. And for the lurk.
I don't know about that. Depends on the individual.
Yes, for those of you that are just popping in, I am actually working on a case right now in this game. This is by the creator of Danganronpa, like I said, so it has a lot of similarities to it. But I have found that it is very similar to LA Noire in some regards, so it's kind of like an anime LA Noire. We were talking about that yesterday in chat. It's very, very unique. I have not played a game quite like this. And I absolutely love it. It has incredible art direction and music. Very fun so far. And right now, we are working on a case in which we're trying to catch somebody who has been murdering people by hammering nails into them. Just to get you caught up on what we're doing right now. And we are currently about to investigate one of the prior crime scenes to look for evidence that we can use to catch the culprit.
Forget it. For now, let's talk to the people around the church.
Will they even listen to us?
They can't say no if we say we're on assignment for the peacekeepers.
Is it okay to lie like that?
Whether it's okay or not is secondary. Our priority is to solve the case. In order to achieve that, Deception is at times required. Now, let us educate those who are here that their true savior isn't beyond the rain clouds.
Clues and deductions, sign me up. Yeah. Yeah, this game is so good. And it definitely makes good use of all of the hints and stuff. The first case, this is actually the second one in the game. The first case was the prologue, and it was quite lengthy. And I think you really would have enjoyed the resolution to it. It was quite crazy, very old school detective novel stuff. Which is actually present in the Danganronpa games as well, but the biggest difference between this and Danganronpa, I'm not sure if you've played or seen them, but even just in general for anybody in the chat who has not played those games or seen any part of them, is that Danganronpa does have murder mystery elements and trial elements, but it is all through the context of a death game. So you're usually stuck in a location with other people. One of the people in the group kills somebody else or multiple people, and then you have to figure out who did it, and then gather the evidence and whatnot, and then you have a trial in which you deduce who the killer was, prove it beyond reasonable doubt, and then that person gets executed. In this game, we are doing a more traditional kind of mystery solving, because we are actually detectives. And there is some interesting elements to it, fantasy-wise, like we can see ghosts, our character. That's a little cute thing that you see right there. Her name is Shinigami. And some of the detectives actually have some, I guess you could call them like magical abilities that aid their detective work. But otherwise, it is pretty straightforward. We are detectives rather than taking part in a death game, and we're solving individual cases.
What is it you wanted to speak about?
I've already spoken to the Peacekeepers a bunch of times. How many times do I gotta say it?
That is a very interesting design for a nun.
Hasn't the culprit already been arrested?
Well, I don't mind. I have time to talk.
How long are you going to stand around like some tombstone? Our time is short. Why do you think we've gathered them here?
Oh, yeah. We have to question them, right?
It's your move. Play your card.
Ah, yes, a perfectly normal group of parishioners, yeah. Yeah, this is an interesting little group we've gathered here, isn't it?
Do I really have to do this?
So far...
Solara seems intent on being the assistant.
So far, I went to the scene of the latest murder, and we investigated the crime scene, though we did get ourselves in trouble, because for a little bit of context, for those of you who came in with the raid, the characters that we are playing as belong to the World Detective Organization, and the city that we are in right now is called Kanai Ward, and it is completely owned and dominated by the Amaterasu Corporation. Think Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil mixed with Amazon. They own everything in this city, and it's completely corrupt. So the police force here is completely owned by them, and they don't do their jobs, and they're completely domineering. So we're trying to kind of go under their noses and solve this case, especially because we pissed them off. And now they want to arrest us, so in order to get out of that, we need to try and find the actual culprit to these serial killings. So we did manage to investigate the scene of the latest crime, and we are kind of working backwards now and trying to go to the site of prior murders to see what we can get. And right now that just so happens to be in the form of questioning these people right here.
In my opinion, it'd go much faster if Helara did this, Master.
But I have to do it. No point in wasting time thinking about it.
Time for an investigation.
Alright, let's start with you.
And you are...
I do the odd jobs, like cleaning around the church. I also care for the forest.
Do you know anything about the mailman?
I often patrol the woods, but I'm usually asleep at night. When morning comes around, there are dolls nailed to the trees. It's tough to clean all of them up. I've never seen the nail man himself, but I've seen people enter the forest plenty of times.
Have you ever talked to them?
I have, but they typically run away. Some get surprised and leave their nails and doll behind. I chase after them to give them back their dolls, but I'm never fast enough. They always get away.
That makes sense with a body like that.
Damn, Shinigami.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Alright, so that's interesting. If he's telling the truth, then it seems like it might be quite likely that whoever is putting the dolls in the forest are doing so during the day.
You are...
Interesting, something's wrong with her arm.
What are you, blind? I'm a nun, obviously. You got some nerve calling me here out of nowhere. Do you know how busy I am with choir practice?
She also has the animal ears, similar to Zilch.
I'll kill your ass in the name of God.
Okay then.
Sorry.
She's the type my master has trouble with.
I'll have you know, my dad is a higher up at Amaterasu Corporation.
Of course.
I don't care if you're on a mission from the Peacekeepers. If you piss me off, Papa will make you regret it.
Right. I'd just like to ask some questions. I'll keep it quick. Do you know anything about this nailman?
You mean the guy nailing up dolls? Well, I have seen someone going into the forest late at night.
So contrasting from what the other guy said.
Whenever I've gone into the forest afterward, I usually find dolls nailed to the trees. The dolls have names written in what looks like blood. It's creepy as hell, really. In other words, it's totally metal!
Ma'am, how did you become a nun?
I see. By the way, what happened to your right hand? Did you get hurt?
Hey, don't stare! It's nothing. I went a little overboard while practicing an instrument.
Instrument?
Why are you sweating?
I'm working on this new thing I call death metal choir. I was messing around on the bass and, well, you know.
Is that your dominant hand?
What kind of question is that? You want to die or something?
Oh,
It is her dominant hand. I'm sure of it.
I see.
Very interesting.
Are you the priest of this church?
That's right. My family has served this church for many generations. Though I only became a man of the cloth in recent years, the blood of martyrs spanning centuries dwells within me.
No, I just want to know where you wear a watch. Sweating. Yeah, that was quite the interesting reaction, and I highly doubt that she really injured herself that bad that she needs a sling playing the bass, regardless of whether she's apparently playing death metal choir. Which now I want to know what that would sound like.
Thus, my existence is but a piece of the eternal prayers offered. That is my mission, as the divine has guided me to do.
I don't get why, but he sure seems proud to be a priest.
Do you know about the nailman?
Of course. I have no idea how that rumor spread around. Perhaps it was even started by a wish made by those seeking salvation, which created the fantasy of the Nail Man.
Someone got the hat before me. Yes, that was Emerald. She claimed both my jacket and my hat. But welcome in, Augustine. I'm not sure if I said that before. I do believe you checked in earlier. Also, I find it funny that he's just looking at this as somebody who wants salvation. Like, dude, what are you talking about?
Salvation? The people of this city must be crazy if they look to the Nail Man for salvation.
I need its power, sorry. Don't apologize, Emerald. I hope that it helps you out. I did. I'd be watching a movie. Oh, what are you watching? Also, I know some of you probably are still hearing the glitchy audio. I've been trying to look into how to fix that. I'm not the only person that has that issue. Even people who have, like, top-of-the-line Elgatos have that issue, and it's always something different for everyone, so I'm trying to figure out what exactly is my problem. It's especially hard to figure out because I do not have an Elgato. But I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, so hopefully that won't be an issue eventually when I can figure it out, but yeah, I am not the only one who has had that problem. This is fair. I don't need the power, I just like to keep around some spare swag.
Hey, that actually sounds kind of cool. I know how they feel. I want to tie you up and go to a world where it's just you and me, Master.
That's interesting.
Isn't it basically already like that?
Alright, let's talk to you.
Excuse me, but you are...
Do you even have to ask? You know who I am.
Actually, I don't.
Huh? No, I think today is the first time we've met.
What? You're investigating the Nail Man, and you don't know who I am?
What's that supposed to mean?
This must be the clergy member on the report who was the first to find the body.
Yeah, that's right! I was the first on the scene.
Right, it was on the report. I'm impressed Halara was able to realize it so quickly.
I've been attending every day since I was first baptized here as a child. That's how pious I am. But I don't work here, so it's not like I'm a clergy member. I just love mystical places like this. There's an otherworldly feeling to it, you know? I love researching this type of stuff, which is why I've been keeping an eye on Nailman activity for a while now.
Is that right? Some detectives are drowning while the others are starving. Times are tough out there.
So, you know a lot about the Nailman.
That's an understatement. In fact, you could say I'm an expert in Nailman research.
In that case, what do you think about the clock tower murder? Though it seems the suspect has already been arrested.
I think he was framed.
You do? Then who do you think the real killer is?
The real Nailman, obviously. The peacekeepers are making a big mistake. Listen, the Nailman exists. The Nailman is summoned through a ritual and commits murder based on a sacrificial doll.
That's impossible.
Yeah, I get it. You probably want proof. In that case, look for a doll in the forest. You'll find a nailed doll with a name tag for the Dark Ceremony. Whoever's name is on it is the Nailman's next target. Just follow someone in town with the same name. If you're lucky, you might have a run-in with the Nailman. Unfortunately, I wasn't so lucky. If I've missed him by just a hair 4 times already.
I see. So you can guess the next victim based on each doll's name tag.
I like how this guy is just so happy that he is tailing a serial killer. Like, not concerned at all that he's gonna get massacred in the process.
I was so close at the clock tower, too. I found someone whose name matched a name tag, and figured out she was heading to the clock tower. I called the peacekeepers and entered the clock tower, but I was too late. Damn it! If only I'd acted sooner. I was so close to meeting the nail man.
Guess he just wants to meet the mailman and doesn't care about preventing the murders.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's an occult enthusiast? Seems like a huge weirdo.
I've talked to everyone. Halara, is there anything you'd like to ask them?
Only end your turn once you've secured a shot at victory.
He's a true crime beatnik.
Does that mean I should gather more information? What else should I ask about?
There's a lot we could ask you, Ma.
There have been several Nailman cases in the past, right? Does anyone know anything about past cases?
You know a lot about these things, right?
Yeah, you can ask me anything about the nail man, including all past cases, obviously. I was the first to find the body every time.
Like, is that not... Does that not bother you? Well, guys, my time has come. Have a good night, have fun, and take care, everyone. See you next time. Thank you so much, Sally. Have a good night's sleep. Please get good rest. And thank you for being here. I will see you next time. Also sus? Yeah. Yeah, like, I like how it doesn't bother this man that he evidently has seen quite a few corpses now. But honestly, as a massive fan of true crime, yeah, this seems about right with some of the people who get so into this as just a form of entertainment without consideration to the victims or their loved ones, that they just view this whole thing as a, you know, form of entertainment and they dehumanize the victims. I do find it interesting that this guy seems to embody that. That guy probably isn't the killer, ironically. Yeah, right now I don't think that he is, but, you know, I'm not ruling anyone out until I get more evidence. He's definitely not at the top of my list quite yet. But definitely not ruling him out.
Huh? Every time?
There's no reason to look surprised. I already told you how I did it. I find dolls with name tags in the forest. Then, I look for whoever's supposed to be the next victim. But every time I find a victim, they're already dead.
One thing I will say, however, is... And like I said, I'm not ruling anybody out, right? Just by virtue of him being so suspicious, that already, you know, puts him up there on the suspect list, but that, of course, normally in mysteries will rule somebody out, because it's too obvious, right? What I am curious about, and maybe I just need to look over the case file again, but how exactly did he discover the body? Because it was a locked room. The shutter for the window was locked, and the door was closed, and there was no way in from the outside because the keyhole was rusted. So how did he find the corpse? Because I understand that he said he called the peacekeepers before he pursued the nailman. So I understand how he made the report, but he's saying he saw the body. But let's keep hearing him out.
Being the first on scene each time suspicious.
You think I'm suspicious, don't you? I suppose you would. The first person on the scene can always lie and say they discovered the body in a locked room. But the thing is, I've never been alone when I've discovered a body. All of the crime scenes had no way in or out, so I'd open them with someone nearby, or by asking the peacekeepers.
So the body's discovery was never done alone. If that's true, then all the rooms really were locked.
Okay, so if he's telling the truth, then basically, once they broke the lock, as we saw at the crime scene, then he was standing with them. So he wasn't actually, like, the first one to see it in that way, just the first civilian. That makes more sense.
Master, why don't you ask for more details about past cases for now?
Can you tell me more about each case?
There have been 3 Nailman cases in the past 6 months, excluding the one at the clock tower. The first happened 6 months ago at a secret club in Kamasaki district. It's essentially a members-only casino. The victim owned the place.
That's the, we've passed by that place a few times. I was wondering what that was all about, the crime scene tape.
At the time, the Nailman was just a name you'd sometimes hear about in urban legends. But I had a personal interest in the Nailman, so I started researching him. And then it happened. I came across another murder while investigating a name tag I found in the forest. I knew then that it had to be the Nailman.
I hope you're nice and comfy, Emerald.
And that crime scene was also within a locked room?
Yeah, all of the Nailman crime scenes have common characteristics. There's always a corpse and doll coated in nails, and also the murderer leaves no trace behind.
I wouldn't say that. Hey, welcome in, Aledia. It's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for the redeem, Augustine. Odds that Nailman kills this dude next? It would be ironic, wouldn't it? Of course, while we listen to characters discussing murders. I mean, that can be quite relaxing. I often do find myself falling asleep listening to true crime stuff and just horror things in general, so I'm right there with you, Emerald. And 9 Inch Nails is on the boombox. That is actually really funny. That would be funny if he was actually doing that.
Isn't that bizarre? See why I'm so interested in the Nailman?
I totally get it.
Don't empathize with him.
The secret club was the first locked room mystery. As for the second, it was at a mansion in the residential area near Ginma district.
There's 3 people live I want to watch. There's exactly 1 person more than whose streams I can be in. Well, Augustine, I would definitely say you're always here a lot, so, you know, the VOD will be up. So definitely, I would say go support those people. I definitely, yeah, I don't mind. Please, by all means, thank you for being here, but, you know, go ahead and give those people some support. If any of you are ever conflicted about who to watch, always go watch the other person. I am the least important person. Seriously, don't worry about it. The VOD will be up afterwards anyway. So by all means, please. I appreciate you being here and the support you always give. This is lies. No. Seriously.
About 3 months ago, the owner of the mansion was murdered in the building's study.
That is an interesting design for a mansion. I guess I should have anticipated it, but it's far more cyberpunk than I was expecting. Also, I hate VODs, unfortunately. No, I understand. I know some people feel that way. But yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, next time, you know, I'm playing this, I can give you a rundown of what happened in the case. if the game doesn't do it for me, because I know it will go over some of this stuff anyway. So you might be here when it does that. Yeah, doing good. How's the investigation going? Sorry, delayed response for ads. Oh, no worry. No worries. It's going good. I really, really enjoy this game. This is the first true case that we are looking into. There was one before this, but that was like the prologue case. It was quite lengthy and definitely very creative and tricky. But this is the first like true case of the game for chapter 1 and not the prologue. And we're still in the investigation phase. We've viewed one of the crime scenes, but now we're inquiring about the other prior murders of the killer that we are looking for. He's got the Chuck E. Cheese slide in the greenhouse. That is kind of what it looks like, right? Oh wait, are we still in Nailman? Yeah, we're still investigating this serial killer. We have a lot more crime scenes we're supposed to go to. So trust me, if you check out here, I don't think you're gonna miss too much. I mean, you'll probably miss me gathering more evidence and such, but I'd be kind of surprised if I'm able to actually make it to the point where I find the culprit in today's stream. This game is pretty lengthy, it seems. This game is so long that it has both a chapter 0 and a prologue. Yeah, right? I was thinking that. Yeah, you're like multiple hours in before you even see the game's intro. We'll keep him distracted to slow it down for you. Yeah, see? Chat's got you covered. Don't worry about it, Augustine. Nah. I think I've decided, because I have more rage game points than hat points, and I need hats. Augustine, seriously. You're always here. You've been here a lot recently, and supporting me, and I really do appreciate that, but you don't have to be here. Seriously. Don't worry about it. But if you do stay, I'm obviously not going to try and talk you out of it. You have your own free will, but I just don't want you to feel like guilty or anything, because please, by all means, I know I share a lot of my community with a lot of other streamers and stuff, so I'm well aware that everybody likes to bounce around and whatnot, and I too have been in that position where there will be like 4 or 5 people on that I would all like to view, but I'm only one person, so, you know, by all means, please, don't feel like you have to be guilty or, you know, to support me specifically, or honestly, really any streamer, you know? You can choose to watch whoever you want, and at least for me, there's no hard feelings, so don't worry about it. I'm not that kind of person.
The crime scene again took place in a locked room with a corpse and doll covered in nails inside. Considering all this, there's no doubt it was committed by the Nail Man.
I mean, that's not necessarily true, but I'm sure it actually was. But, people, a lot of these people will copy the stylings of other serial killers in order to mask their own involvement. So it's not inherently true, but just incredibly likely in this case. I used to watch multiple people at once, so I gotta say, don't spread yourself too thin either, yeah. Hat boy, my choice has been made. I need my murder mysteries. Okay, then I will respect your choice, and I hope you enjoy our investigation here.
By then, I knew the legendary Nailman had descended upon Kanai Ward. The third locked room mystery occurred a month ago. A woman was killed in an art gallery storage in Ginma district. It also featured a body and a doll covered in nails in a completely locked room. And today, the fourth locked room mystery happened at the clock tower. That's every single Nailman case. At least, for now. I'm sure the Nailman will continue on. He will enact revenge for the people of Kanai Ward.
I also really love the English voice acting in this game. Me too. It's been pretty great. Honestly, all of the, like, I don't think he's involved in the process of hiring English voice actors, but all of Kodaka's games seem to always get really, really talented voice actors for their English dubs. I don't think I've been let down once by any of them. So the Nailman locks the doors when he leaves, or... Well, that's the interesting part. So for the one in the clock tower, it seems like the door itself was already broken because the lock was filled with rust. So you can't actually get the key in there to turn it, and the door only locks from the inside. So I don't even think that that was really, like, he probably did lock it, but it seems like the culprit had some issues with that crime scene and carrying out that particular murder based on the fact that there was a lot of water stains by the window, indicating that the person likely had to climb up through there first. Unless the door was open already when they went up to the clock tower to set up for the murder. Because I do have a theory about how they pulled that one off, but I'm kind of waiting for a bit until I get to the labyrinth, because if you recall, well, I don't know if you were there actually, but in the first case, there were details that we missed that we could only see by recreating the crime scene in our head and reinvestigating it. So there might be stuff there that it was intentionally hidden from us that I won't be able to see until I look at the remade crime scene. But we'll see. Right now, I do have some theories on how that one was carried out, but I do want to view these other crime scenes first. Oh yeah, that's just polite. This information was obtained from the church worshipper who knew about the past Nailman murders. Alright, tell me about the dolls.
That reminds me, is there any information about the dolls used in the Nailman ceremonies? I know a few have been found at the crime scenes, too.
You'd find that stuff in any doll shop.
Doll shop?
Huh? You haven't seen one? What are you, a foreigner or something? Around here, all the craft shops have been selling fancy dolls for a long time. They were mostly souvenirs for tourists, but that industry is long gone now. Some places still sell them at steep discounts just to get rid of their stock. If you know where to look, you'll see mountains of illegally discarded dolls all over the place.
I see. So they aren't much of a clue given how easy they are to obtain. Has anyone noticed strange things happening near the church lately?
Wow, what a big question.
Oh, now that you mention it...
What is it? Please, any small detail will help.
Something strange was burning in the incinerator earlier.
What do you mean by strange?
Like... I thought it was a rope, but all I can say is it looked strange.
That would track with some of the stuff we're aware of, including how the current victim was killed, and how I suspect they got into that room. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Emerald.
Can you try drawing what it looks like? It does look like some sort of bizarre rope.
Like a rope ladder.
Looks like a centipede with legs missing from one side. Looks delicious.
I was worried that it wasn't supposed to be burned, so I tried to take it out. But I was too late. It was completely incinerated.
And that... the color of it makes me think of the threading that we saw on the nails, attached to the two dolls that are right in front of the window, almost as if they may have been used as the support for that for that makeshift rope ladder. Curious, huh? Delicious is a descriptor. Yellow fibers? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Augustine. I think we're thinking the same thing. I was thinking it already when we went to the crime scene. The location of the dolls. And where they were put specifically in front of the window and nailed in the way that they were perfectly adjacent to one another. Definitely indicates that they were used as some kind of support. And I do think that the other dolls nailed around the room were nothing more than red herrings to make them less conspicuous. But their positioning to one another, being so evenly spaced out and right beneath the window like that, gives away that they were used for something other than just aesthetics, right? And the yellow threading on it definitely makes me think that they were used as a support for this rope ladder. Plus, the victim has rope burns around their neck as well.
I asked around to see if anyone knew about it, but everyone claimed they hadn't thrown away anything like it. The incinerator is surrounded by a locked fence. Only clergy can access it.
So, no one here recognized it?
I don't even work here in the first place.
Only clergy can access the incinerator, but no one claims to have thrown it away.
So intelligent, I wish.
I don't know if this has anything to do with the case, but something's fishy.
That's more thought than I put into it. I just knew the threading was going to be the lead for where they came from. Yeah, I mean, I could be way off, but that's just what I was thinking when I was investigating the crime scene. That definitely felt like the intent behind putting them exactly in that position. The burnt remains of a strangely shaped rope found in the church incinerator. Alright, what about the suspect?
A watchmaker was arrested earlier. He's suspected of being involved in the mailman incident. Does anyone know anything about him?
A watchmaker? You mean G.A. Cullen? I've asked him to fix the church clock several times. To think that he's the mailman.
You're definitely more detective mentality than I am right now. So interestingly enough, the priest is the one that has instructed GA to fix the clock tower. And what's interesting about that is, from what we saw in the report, or what his son said, was that apparently the order to fix the clock tower was urgent. We also know that apparently only the clergy has access to the incinerator. So I'm not necessarily saying it was this guy, but there's a lot of potential that whoever did this did it with help. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean that it was specifically a member of the clergy that did it, but they could be a partner of the killer. Something to consider.
It hasn't been proven that he's the culprit yet.
Oh, I see. But if it were him, no one would blame him.
What do you mean?
This city has completely changed. Everyone is seeking salvation in some way.
You keep saying that word. I don't think you know what it means, because I don't understand how you believe that massacring people is a method of seeking salvation. It's actually very concerning that you think that, sir.
The nail man was born out of our situation.
I would understand his mentality more if the people that were being killed were all members of the Amaterasu Corporation, given that they're the ones that have, you know, thrust the situation upon the people of Kanai Ward. But given that it seems like this person is just killing random civilians, I don't quite think that that lines up with what he's trying to imply here. But what do I know?
You mean the mailman is what the people actually wanted?
Many would certainly deny it, but the nailed dolls continue to appear in our forest. If the Nail Man acts as their agent, then they are also the Nail Man. No way. That's how I see it. What do you think?
I think you have problems.
That's true. The Nail Man could be seen as a savior to some people.
I mean, I'll just disagree with that.
After all, he kills the people you want dead for you.
No, this sounds pretty accurate to what my old church used to sound like. I can believe it. This priest is trouble. Yes, I have known some people who have had similar concerning experiences with their churches.
I mean, the victim had it coming for doing something worth getting killed over, right?
Wish we did know more about the victim. That would kind of help us a
I
bit.
think I've asked about everything I wanted to find out.
Looks like time is almost up. Let's get going.
Was that okay?
Yes, it will suffice. Thank you for your cooperation. You should study their faces well. They may end up being accused of the murders.
Huh?
You need to remember every face, so you can spot them even if they flee through a crowd.
Wait! Do you mean the actual culprit is one of them?
Come on, Yuma.
Perhaps. There's not enough information yet to act on. We have no time to waste. Let's investigate the other crime scenes. Best not to scramble what little gray matter rests in your head. So let's examine the crime scenes chronologically.
Okay. Well, the first murder occurred at...
You didn't have to call me out that way, Emerald. Alright, the first one was a secret club.
It's the secret club in the Kamasaki district, right?
Correct. Let's hurry. I won't allow time to be wasted.
Alright, off we go.
Oh,
This tree is big and majestic and all, but there's something unsettling about
That's
it.
true.
I think it's because of how twisted and distorted it is. Sorry you were frustrated with Yuma too. Oh yes, I was, but I was just making a joke off of what Oh wait, never mind, I understand what you're saying, yeah. Yeah, Yuma kind of reminds me of, I do like him so far, but Yuma reminds me of Shuichi from Danganronpa V3, but slower on the uptake than Shuichi. Because, like, Shuichi definitely had, like, the whole, like, really timid and shy thing, but he was incredibly astute. Yuma is definitely, like...
I've been thinking.
He misses the obvious, like the bleedingly obvious.
The first incident was 6 months ago, right? If we go to the crime scene now, there's nothing left to investigate.
He's definitely kind of just waddling around from place to place, yeah.
You think it will be a waste of time? There's no need to worry about that.
So, you have a plan then?
What? You're working with Halara Nightmare. What more could you possibly ask for? Now, let's be swift.
Huh? Right.
I don't really get it, but talk about confidence.
I mean, even if the
Secret club!
even if the crime scene has long since been cleaned up, there's a lot about going to that location that we could
It's supposed to be a secret, so maybe it's in a spot that doesn't stand out?
that we could glean They can help us understand the murderer's mindset. Thank you for the posture check. I sat up a little bit straighter. Thank you. Here it is.
This appears to be the crime scene, but it's sealed off. They've left it like this for 6 months?
No doubt they've shirked their obligation to clean up. I suspect the peacekeepers are lazy to a fault.
You have a posture confirmed.
It's open. Let's go inside.
Come on, Yuma. Alright, let's take a look around. After we talk to her first. Well, at least we know where the body was.
The peacekeepers may be sloppy, but even they wouldn't leave the crime scene completely untouched.
Yuma needs hand-holding, yeah. And maybe take off that hat, you look like an elementary student. This is gonna turn into a Yuma roasting session.
The body was probably found around here. The victim's name is Suguma Iho. Old man who owned this place. His reputation left much to be desired.
Halara looks like kind of an edgier Chiaki Nanami. There was actually a character in the beginning that reminded me exactly of Chiaki Nanami, but things didn't go so well for her, unfortunately. I do see what you mean, though. There are some similarities in the design. But funnily enough, Halara actually reminds me most of my friend here, Emerald. Like a lot. Shinigami, please hold my hand, I'm scared. I generally like stealing hats, but I wouldn't take Yuma's. The body was probably found around here. No, the chalk line was part of the decor. I like Halara's earrings. Yeah, Halara is super, super stylish. Interesting fact about Halara, Astral, is, they do not have, like, we actually don't know their gender. So they just go by they, them.
This place was an illegal casino operating at obscene rates. Even the cheating was rampant.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to ask, but Yuma was too scared to. So we actually do not know. This place was an illegal casino.
You sure know a lot about it. When did you...
I told you, I gathered my own intel while waiting at the cafe. The real interesting note is that this crime scene also had no way in or out. At the time of discovery, the door was locked from the inside.
There aren't any windows either, which is expected given that it's underground. There are air vents, but they have secure covers barring entry. Besides, no one's able to reach that high up.
No windows. The only way in and out is the door that was locked from the inside. It's a locked room mystery! Locked room mystery!
But there's not much more to investigate. We don't know what state the body was in at the time of discovery.
I told you not to worry. The conditions have all been met.
Conditions?
Don't tell me you've forgotten I'm a master detective.
Oh, your forte.
My forte is post-cognition, the power to see the past.
Very useful.
However, it can only be used at murder scenes. To be precise, I can only see how the crime scene appeared at the time it was first discovered. Another way to describe it would be as crime scene limited psychometry, if that's easier to understand.
That's amazing! It's like the perfect forte for a detective!
It really is.
My power allows me to see the moment the first witness saw the crime scene. Not the culprit, not the victim, but how it appeared when a third party first entered. The memory or perception of the witness does not affect my postcognition. What I see is what actually was there.
I'm assuming that the witness in question will be the man that we saw at the church.
When it comes to my power, the witness is not a camera or a recording device, but rather a trigger. Perhaps the best way to think of it is like a bookmark stuck between the pages of when the body was found. Well, there's no point in wasting more time explaining. Let's have a look.
Emerald powers, yes.
That power sure is convenient. Explains all the confidence.
Oh, by the way, for those that are not subbed, we have a ad break starting in 15 seconds. I do apologize about that.
It's similar to the Mystery Labyrinth, where I recreate the crime scene in your mind. But now it's done in the real world. Although, it is limited to both the crime scene and the moment of first discovery.
But still, it's amazing.
On the other hand, Master's got nothing. Is life so unfair? Now I'm angry. Master, can I nibble on your heart to help cheer me up?
I stepped away for a second. I hope you didn't say anything to me. No worries. The only thing that we said was that Halara's power is emerald power.
Of course not.
Halara's forte is post-cognition. It shows a crime scene as it was when first discovered.
Post-cognition. I wonder what it's like. All I can do is wait for the report.
Well, do I have some good news for you.
What is it this time?
Master, try to remember. Did you feel anything back on the Amaterasu Express? You know, when the other master detectives used their powers?
This sensation. I felt it when Aphex used his powers. Somehow, it feels like I can hear what Poochie hears. Right. I can sense whenever a master detective uses their power.
Wonder if that might be his ability.
Yes, that's it! Maybe your coalescence will work now.
Coalescence?
Simply put, it's the ability to share someone else's power. On the train, you only felt the resonance of other people's fortes, but its true function is to share their powers.
Wait, then that means I can also see the scene in the past with Halara? That's amazing! Is this your ability, Shinigami?
Something like that. But there are conditions for it to activate. You must kiss someone to share their ability.
What? Kiss Halara?
Okay. How is he falling for this? We did not kiss Aphex or Poochie, so why would he think this? I mean, that seems like a pretty lukewarm ability if it is. I mean, I think in the context of this game, it's going to be very useful. Feel free to regret calling me Halara.
Ha! I lied. Oh, did you blush? Did you really want to? You still don't know if Halara's a boy or a girl.
Oh, quit messing around and tell me how it works.
You need permission from the person sharing the ability first. Then, you must hold hands while the ability is active.
Why would Shinigami think that that would matter in this case.
That's it.
Okay, I can do that.
Did we get that from the other two? I can't actually remember.
Halara. Halara?
I need you to be quiet. I'm concentrating.
Sorry, but there's something I want to ask.
No worries, take your time.
Hold hands. You and me.
Maybe there will be some regret here. He's gonna get hit.
Yes, that way I'll be able to see the past too. I think.
My sources made no mention of such an ability. In fact, you're just a trainee.
Yes, hold hands is more explicit than kissing.
Yeah, but I just remembered I had it. Anyway, we don't have much time. Let's try it.
I have no intention of getting friendly with you.
Oh, sorry, I misheard. I thought the ability mentioned was just knowing when a master detective uses their forte. Oh, got it. Actually, it was pretty useful in the first case too, even if that would have been the case, just because we could tell who was telling the truth about them having a forte. But yeah, this is infinitely more useful than only being able to sense it.
Oh, it's not like that.
I despise you.
Ouch.
Huh?
Just the thought of holding your hand makes my skin crawl.
God damn.
I didn't know you hated me so much.
Let me be clear. I don't just hate you in particular. I despise all of humanity equally.
Well, that's fair.
I don't trust anyone, except the dead.
I don't trust the dead either.
I had a feeling. Halara must be a demon straight from hell.
Then why did you choose to help me with the investigation?
As I told you in the beginning, I always work sincerely for the payment I receive. As long as you promise payment, I will promise my utmost efforts as a professional.
Then please, hold my hand. It's necessary for the investigation.
I don't recall holding Aphex or... Well, actually, never mind. I guess it's because we shook their hands upon meeting them, right? That's probably what satisfied the conditions, maybe?
You can add this to my bill if you want. You'll agree then, right?
Fine. If it's what I must do as a detective, then I have no choice but to agree.
Please hold my hands for investigation.
I can see it. Everything looks different than a moment ago. Incredible. So this is post-cognition.
Can you really see it?
So it is similar to the ability that we use in the Labyrinth. However, it is, it's a little less reliable because it's not clear compared to what Shinigami can do, but still incredibly useful.
So your coalescence is real. I didn't expect you to already have your own forte. Well, this does save me the trouble of reporting it back to you, but it's quite inconvenient to keep our hands joined. Very well. Go ahead and lead the investigation.
Me?
If you can see what I see, that would be for the best. I'm only acting as your assistant, after all. This is quite the bizarre crime scene. But unusual crime scenes are expected when you work for the WDO. Now, let's see what you're capable of.
Alright, let's take a look around the scene here. There's a glass on the counter. It has a thin layer of dust, so it could have been there since the incident. A key was in the glass at the time the body was discovered. If you want to investigate, we should use post-cognition. Right, got it. Oh wait, hold on. Got it, okay, I see.
Oh, there's a key in the glass. Is it the key to the room?
Seems like it. By the way, being an illegal casino, the security was extremely tight. There's only one master key. It's also a special key that can't be duplicated.
Hand holding highlighted.
If it was thrown in from outside the vent, it wouldn't be inside the glass.
So something to briefly take note of. There's only one key, and it's not possible for it to be cloned. Scandalous. Yeah, it reminds me of those memes where it shows the anime characters holding hands, but they're blurred out. Like censored.
So this is definitely another locked room mystery! Hooray! I'm so glad I met you!
There's a room key inside the glass on the counter. Is there anything else on the bar? Alright, doesn't look like it.
You just gotta hit this thing and it'll be good as new!
One second, everybody. I will be right back. Hand-holding alone takes this game up several ratings. Okay, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Thank you all for waiting patiently. My apologies. Thank you, Naka. Alright. Let's resume our investigation, shall we?
That's...
We can gamble. There's a roulette table. It probably hasn't been used since the incident as it's covered in dust. There don't appear to be any clues on top of the roulette table. There's nothing underneath either. We should check someplace else. Right, let's do that. First, let's use our post-cognition. Was this moved during the incident? As far as I can tell, it doesn't seem related to the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's check another place.
That's...
There's a doll nailed to the roulette table, too.
I see.
There's also a doll nailed right here, right in the middle of the roulette wheel. The doll itself seems to be the same as the others. There doesn't seem to be anything noteworthy. That is in and of itself sufficient knowledge. Let's check someplace else. Alright, let's check the body. Or the vent.
That's...
There's a vent here. The four corners of the cover are screwed down, so I don't think it will open. Doubt the cover can be opened when it's like this.
But
It's too early to conclude. There's no useful information. Compare it with what was seen in post-cognition. Right, I'll give it a try. Alright, let's take a look.
a body. I see a body. The murder scene through Halara's eyes is completely silent. There are dolls nailed to the walls and floor, and a corpse pinned down with nails in a similar fashion.
He also has a rope burn on his neck.
This all feels like a dream. It doesn't seem real. There are abnormal decorations all around the crime scene. And it's so quiet.
Honestly, I'm the one most embarrassed. Wait, what do you mean? Nothing not important. She's remembered that she's holding Yuma's hands.
Hey, this vent. The cover is in place, but it hasn't been screwed on. Which means it could be easily removed, right?
what are you doing?
Just the way that she asked that.
You can't touch what you see in post-cognition, even if you happen to be 3 meters tall.
Oh, I see. But I think this will be an important clue. The vent is about 40 by 30 centimeters. A thin adult could probably pass through.
At the time of the murder, the cover was not screwed down. A slender adult might be able to get through it.
I knew it.
Sure enough, the secret club has dolls nailed to the wall. Or Yuma-sized adult, yeah.
Yeah.
It must be the Nailman's calling card. They're nailed into the wall seemingly at random. Facing all directions, I can't find a pattern. There's nothing that can be connected to the culprit. Let's try checking someplace else. Alright, let's take a look at the corpse itself.
It's a man's corpse. He's probably around 60 years old.
I might get pulled away again. Don't mind if I disappear? Of course. No, believe me, I totally understand. No worries. Please don't let me distract you from anything that you may need to do.
His body is pinned against the wall with countless nails. There isn't much bleeding, so the nails must have been hammered in after he died.
Yeah, because this person is definitely not killing with the nails. They're using ropes.
You're starting to get the hang of this. Not too shabby.
No, please do distract me, my favorite witch. Well, I do hope to distract you in only good ways.
Oh, there are marks on him. Signs that he was strangled.
Exactly. So this is definitely the primary... This is the method of killing. By far. Thank you, Naka, for both the head pads and the, and stealing my jacket.
The vertical scratch marks were probably made when he resisted.
Yeah.
The most basic of basic observations. Well, at least you noticed.
Well, to be fair, Halara, that is more than the Peacekeepers have done so far. It is an obvious observation, but you know.
It's thanks to everything I taught you at the clock tower. Such an awesome mentor.
This situation is identical to the murder at the clock tower.
The culprit first strangled the victim to death, and then decorated the room afterward.
Exactly. Which, this is going to be a bit of a side note, but if anybody has watched the Halloween films, like, you know, with Michael Myers, does anyone else find it funny that Michael Myers takes the time to decorate his victims? Like, given how stoic and silent and imposing he is, it always comes across quite funny to me that he'll stick a jack-o'-lantern on their head or string them up or nail them to the wall with a knife or something. It seems so out of character. Or like, I think in Halloween H2O, he puts like the Halloween lights all over one of the victims. He's a bit of a fashionista. Yeah. I always find that kind of amusing because it seems a little out of character for the type of killer he is.
But why?
There were signs of strangulation and vertical scratch marks on the victim's neck. Anything else around here? Doesn't seem like it.
By the way, Yuma, did you notice the nail below the vent?
Below the vent? Huh, some of the nails are bent downward. Maybe they were hammered in a hurry.
No, maybe more like they were used to climb.
Or perhaps there's another reason.
Another reason?
Come on, Yuma, I need you to lock in.
This could be the clinker.
What are you pointing at? I don't see... Yeah, there's nothing else here we haven't investigated.
What a rich fragrance. How about a taste, master?
Oh my goodness. I love how much effort they put into having her just go around the environment and do different things. Alright, let me give it one more look here, but I think we investigated everything. Okay, not the slot machine, okay. I thought I would have been able to actually investigate the slot machine at the slot machine. Let's take a look. The slot machine is spotless. Looks like it was well taken care of. There's nothing here of interest.
Yeah.
Seems that way. Let's check someplace else. Right. Okay. Now I think we've checked everything out. I do find it interesting that all these chairs are thrown down. There was a struggle.
That's...
Chairs are lined up neatly. Did someone rearrange the chairs after the incident?
Well,
Either the peacekeepers did so, or the staff here did. Either way, it's not something to worry about. True, I'll check someplace else.
What does that mean?
When the body was discovered, this door was locked from the inside. There's no other way into or out of the room. In other words, it's a locked room mystery. Locked room mystery. Things are heating up. Alright, let's take another look.
That's...
Chair is knocked over. Could this be evidence of a struggle between the victim and culprit? I don't know about that. The culprit could have knocked it over on purpose to throw off the investigation. There's not much we can get from it other than the fact that it's knocked over. Let's check elsewhere. Right.
The lock is broken. Maybe someone broke it and forced their way in, like at the clock tower. But from the looks of it, there's no sign of the lock or door being tampered with.
So the lock was broken here too. And we know, at least we think we know, that the clock tower door lock was broken, or rather the door itself was broken because they burst in order to take a look at the corpse, right? Because it was locked from the inside. I wonder if that's the same in this situation? I wonder. Because the person could have broke the lock, come in and shut the door behind them, strung up the body, and then nailed the dolls as a way to, again, distract. But those nails that are below the vent are bent downward like somebody was stepping on them. And they escaped through the vent that way.
An investigation.
I think that's about it.
I've checked what I can here.
that should do it. There isn't much else to investigate.
I like hearing your deductions. It's fun. This is one of my favorite parts about either playing games like this or watching like mystery shows and stuff like that. I love the theory crafting.
I've never experienced this before, but it's surprisingly convenient to be able to share my post-cognition.
Naka, is that an emote from Hamtaro? Or is that like a different streamer? It looks so similar to Hamtaro. Not the character himself, but like one of the little hamsters. That show is so cute.
It's exhausting to explain what I see to a client.
Really?
People do not believe what they cannot see. I have often been called a liar.
I suppose fortes aren't always convenient.
We still have locked room mysteries to examine. The second incident was at the mansion near Ginma District. I have an idea of where to go. Let's hurry there.
Alright then, off we go. I really like the logo for the WDO. Very cool.
The building we're heading to is accessed to Ginma District. Let's hurry there.
Hey mama, buy me an Amma Pal. How many times do I have to say no? You're not even playing with your other toys. I'll take good care of it. I'll take it on walks. Do Amma Pals have to be taken on walks? So, is there deductive gameplay or is it just visual novel talk about everything? I just finished Miles Edgeworth investigation, so I'm biased. There is some investigative work. So basically, what happens is, once you gather enough clues in the real world, Shinigami takes you to this other kind of like parallel world, where you end up getting into these RPG-style fights, but instead of making like choices through spells or physical attacks or something like that, you end up cycling through the different clues that you've gathered, and you have to use them to refute claims against whoever it is that is trying to stop you from reaching the truth. It's kind of hard to explain because it's very metaphysical. You can kind of think of something like Persona, if you've ever played those games or seen them, with like the shadow world and like the shadow versions of some of the villains and stuff. But essentially, it's just another version of Danganronpa's debate system with the truth bullets and such. It's a little hard to explain until you see it for yourself. But essentially, everything that we gather as far as clues in the real world ends up being put to the test in the other world, where we have to deduce various things based on those clues. So for example, sometimes there will be branching paths and you have to choose between what fact of the case is true or false, and it'll lead you through different doors. God, as I'm saying it out loud, it sounds very very strange, but this is a very very different kind of game. If we manage to get there in this stream, you'll see what I mean. I do apologize. I feel like I didn't explain that adequately enough, but it is kind of hard to explain until you see it for yourself. But long story short, there is some like active deductions you need to make for yourself. We're just in the clue finding stage right now. There's some QTE moments and minigames too where you need to provide the right answer. Yes. Yes, Emerald is correct about that as well. Yeah, it gets very in-depth. It's so much easier to explain when you've actually, like when you've seen, at least, Danganronpa, because there's a lot that it borrows from that. It's just a lot more active than Danganronpa, because it's not like a visual novel in any way. Fancy neighborhoods sure have a lot of amenities.
But
Is there any need for fire hydrants given the constant rain? Who knows when something might explode? Better to be safe than soggy. It's safe than sorry. Yeah, plus I would imagine that, this place was designed before the constant rainfall, so... We have a side quest here.
Hmm?
That person.
Say,
What's wrong, Master? Doesn't she seem a bit uneasy? Like she might fall over at any moment?
come on.
You really can't help yourself when it comes to the ladies, can you? It isn't like that. Excuse me, is something wrong? You seem upset. Huh? Who are you? I'm kind of a detective. In training. A detective. I see.
well,
So, is something wrong? Well, actually, I've run away from home. And I'm at a loss about what to do next.
Let's solve this thing.
This smells like a case. Let's hear her out, Master.
yeah.
Yeah, you may be right. I should avoid getting involved, but I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I just left it alone.
Well,
Could you give me some more details? Well, I'm the daughter of a merchant who does business throughout Kanai Ward. Due to family circumstances, it was decided that I would have an arranged marriage. Can you detective why my umbrella keeps following me around? I want to be wet and sad. Thinking of what's best for my family, I should accept the proposal. But my suitor is an awful person.
Oh no.
I heard it with my own ears. He said he was only using my father.
Huh?
Then why not talk to your father about it? There's nothing I can do without proof. Besides, my father is very keen on him. When I told my father I didn't want to get married, he yelled at me and said I shouldn't cause trouble.
I see.
So that's why you ran away from home.
Aww.
Ugh. How lame. Let's get out of here.
No.
We can't do that. Having to marry an evil man sounds terrible.
Right.
Leaving home has given me some time to think. I want to try talking to my father. But if I went back now, I don't think we could have a civil conversation. I'm terribly sorry to ask, but could you take this letter to my father for me? I'll reward you for your trouble.
Say,
Does this chick think detectives are errand boys? And we can't just leave her like this. That's my master. Supposedly I can't say the S word on Twitch, so... S-wording over every woman he meets and making their wishes come true. It's not like that.
all right.
Okay, I'll help you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My father should be in front of Kanai Station around now.
Hey,
It'd be a good idea to ask what he looks like, right? The station is a busy place after all.
That's true.
What exactly does your father look like?
well,
He should be wearing a suit, navy blue from head to toe. It's his favorite.
I see.
Thank you. Paired with the devil. Alright, let's make a quick save real quick, because I have not saved in a while. You've been leaning for a while now? Oh my god, thank you. And thank you for the hydrate. For once I actually was kind of leaning. It's kind of resting on the armrest towards my microphone. That's actually the first time. Every other time I'm not leaning and I don't know why it's doing that. And thank you for the head pats, Naka. Alright, let's go deliver this first, and then we'll return. We'll at least do as accurate, yeah. Right, we need to get to Kanai Station. The way it's decorated makes it seem like some kind of lab or something.
That's true.
Yeah, it doesn't feel very organic, just completely artificial. Or like a tanning bed. Yeah, it does kind of look like that, doesn't it? I'm not sure I follow. Yeah, the more that I play this, the more I do think that Yuma is like Shuichi, but without the pizzazz. If that makes sense, because I know at the time when V3 came out, a lot of people were mad about Shuichi being the protagonist for reasons I won't say, just in case anybody wants to play the game. I don't want to spoil anything. But, but I feel like even though Shuichi was kind of timid, he was definitely very, like I said before, very astute. And given the cast of characters that were in Danganronpa V3, some of the most bizarre characters in the franchise, and definitely some that were very straightforward and aggressive, it was kind of understandable why he would have been a little bit more timid, in a sense, especially with characters like Mew or Kokichi. But Yuma just definitely seems like he is similar to Shuichi, but without the innate instincts. I didn't know that, by the way. I liked all of them, minus Mew. I'll probably die before I see the world beyond these tracks. Living out your whole life confined in Kanai Ward is a lonely proposition, don't you think? I guess so. Of course you don't get it, Master. You came from the other side of the tracks. I'm joking, but yeah, I like Shuichi being kind of normal by comparison. Yeah. Yeah, Shuichi was a good foil to the rest of the cast. Do you know Yuma's just getting started? Yeah, I'm excited to see where his character goes from here, because I do think that as, well, you would know, of course, but my observation right now, or my feeling, is that, as the game goes on, I do think that he'll begin to become more confident and stuff like that. But right now, it is just kind of funny that, you know, like in the Danganronpa games, of course, as you know, all the characters start out with a degree of amnesia, not really knowing how they got to where they were. So Shuichi was in a similar position, but he definitely took to his detective work a lot faster and was more confident in that, despite the fact that he was more timid in, like, social interaction. But I do just find it kind of funny how Yuma is, like, at this point in the game, making the most basic observations and is confused by legitimately everything. It's just funny. Then again, Shuichi had a bit of a push to get that way, if I recall. Yeah, definitely the first trial, I would say, kind of gave him that inspirational shove. But to be fair, I do feel like during that initial trial, he was very on his game, because he figured out who it was very quickly, but just didn't want to say it. For reasons I don't want to spoil for anybody else in the chat. So that does kind of imply that he was at least, very much, again, on the ball with figuring stuff out compared to Yuma right now. This is Kanai Station, but trains really don't come that often. It's like this all the time. Hardly anyone comes through here, so it's real quiet. Since Kanai Ward's been isolated, no one's coming or going, except for you, Master. I never imagined it would be like this. Is our guy around here, or should we be looking on the, like at the actual, platform?
Oh.
That's one stylish bench. I bet nobody sits on it because of the rain, though.
No.
It's a shame, since you can just about see the whole city from here. Yeah, that actually is a really nice view. Any secrets around here? No. I get sick so fast in this place. What makes you say that? All of the rain? I always get sick when I get soaked in the rain. Yes, Okay, so I am in the right place. I see the little green thing. We just need to figure out how to get below ground, I presume. Let me take a look at the map. Right over here. Okay. So close to where the other guy was. Got it. Damn, outfit change. Yeah. Yes, Naka switched me into this and stole my jacket. I leave for 2 seconds, 30 minutes.
Oh!
A completely navy blue suit. Could this be the merchant girl's father?
Hmm?
Is the man within the client's suitor? I bet he is. He even looks evil.
No.
We can't tell just from appearances. Anyway, let's try talking with them. Excuse me.
Uh-huh.
Hmm? Who are you?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, we're in the middle of an important conversation. I have a letter for you from your daughter.
What?
What did you say? You know my daughter's whereabouts? Evil, that's Columbo. He is dressed like him, isn't he?
Well?
Yes, but would you please read the letter first?
Nah.
You're not actually listening to this guy, are you, sir? I'll see for myself. Why would some random person... Like, what is he talking about? What do you mean you're not listening to me? Why would some random person know anything about the current situation? Obviously... Whatever. This is without a doubt her handwriting.
No, no.
There must be some kind of mistake. I would never mistake my daughter's handwriting.
Well...
I'm afraid that if what's written here is true, this marriage cannot be allowed to continue. Nah, you're definitely a spy. Yeah, walk away. Ugh. And I almost got away with it too. If it wasn't for that meddling kid.
Huh?
He's not even trying to hide it. He sounds like some second-rate cartoon villain. No point in playing pretend anymore. A scam's over the moment they start to doubt you. Later, chumps. Well, at least he's not too broken up about it. Hey, wait. There's no need to follow him.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you for delivering this letter.
No.
Ah, it was nothing. I'll try talking to my daughter. Allow me to properly thank you another day.
Yes.
Sure.
For now.
Let's go report to the client.
And that's what happened.
I do like that the game immediately turns in the quest for you. It's very convenient. I don't think you'll have to worry about that arranged marriage anymore. Well, let me take a sip of water. My throat is starting to get dry again.
Thank goodness.
Really? Then my father actually believed me.
Thank you.
I think I'll go home now. Thank you so much for everything. I hope it goes well.
Well?
We did our part. Who cares what happens next?
No.
We're involved now, so I'd like for her to be happy. Oh, I get it. That must be the way of the word I can't say, supposedly. Why do you keep calling me that? My house is so big, I just can't keep it clean. Should I hire another housekeeper? Hashtag rich people problems. Look at Mr. Moneybags. I wonder if I should haunt him. Huh? You can haunt people other than me?
I'll kill you!
You're such an idiot, Master. You're not going to stop me? Like I would go haunt someone else? Is that still a thing? I'm gonna check. Yeah, let me know if you find out. I don't know if maybe they eased up on it. I know for a little while, though, people were actually getting, smited for using that word. It's kind of a strange thing to get, uptight about, but... what do I know? I just ignore the other problems with this platform, and, go after, inconsequential things. Such as the way of most of these kinds of, services. I do find it interesting that a lot of the vehicles in this game are very old school. In contrast with all of the futuristic technology around Kanai Ward. It's a very cool, contrasting aesthetic.
Aww.
All the mansions look so ritzy. Master, I bet you'll never have the chance to set foot inside those kinds of places.
No.
Yeah, I know. Please don't remind me.
There's a large mansion beyond the gate over there. I wonder if that's the second crime scene.
That's probably it. Let's go inside.
It's closed, as expected.
Halara's just gonna kick it open. I knew it.
Are you sure?
Wait!
It seems like it's only prohibited when it's used as an insult, and that you'd have to use it repeatedly, supposedly. Got it. So I guess in theory it should be okay if I'm just reading off the dialogue in the game and not calling somebody in the chat that, then. I doubt it'll come up again in the game, but just in case, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
It looks like a haunted mansion.
I didn't mind being Halara, by the way. I like being a part of it. Yes, you two are one and the same in my mind. So that was a very cool kick that you just threw.
I hope there aren't any ghosts around. I have a feeling they'll appear this time.
I can't get over the fact that Shinigami is afraid of ghosts. Not just because of the fact that she is obviously a supernatural being, but for the fact that she enjoys death so much. So, like, where do you think they're coming from? Just very odd. With nowadays stands, better not risk it. The bots are right there to make your month bad.
I've been meaning to ask, but aren't you kind of a ghost yourself?
The incident occurred about 3 months ago. The victim was Ali Hohen, the owner of this mansion. He had no family and lived alone. The mansion is now empty and dilapidated. The crime scene is in the study near the back. Let's go. The Nailman killings had another common factor, besides the locked room. The first person to find the body was always the same person.
Indeed, I am concerned if Twitch will come down on any use of the word. So, interesting fact. The other day, apparently, I had a member of the Twitch staff in my stream. They didn't comment, but supposedly they were watching for a little bit. I don't know what that was about, but that was interesting.
That worshipper from church? Do you suspect him too?
Why? I have no idea. I don't even know how they would know I existed. I'm honest. So I have no clue. Lucky, I guess? Guess it depends on what their intentions were.
What he said did make sense.
Maybe it's about the survey. That could be the case. Probably they clicked in a tag and they found you. Yeah, most likely. Didn't seem like they stuck around long, so I don't think it was anything meaningful one way or the other, but it did kind of surprise me when I saw that.
He's been obsessed with the Nailman and had access to the names of potential victims. It's not too surprising for him to be the first on the scene each time.
They found out the Blue Sky post. What I actually suspect it was I had a hype train going at the time, and you know how sometimes Twitch will just tell random people about other random streamers' hype trains when you don't have the first clue who they are? I suspect somebody from the Twitch staff might have gotten a push notification and checked it out. And then just probably, you know, didn't really see anything notable and then left. Most likely. How that could be it? Yeah, that was my suspicion. But part of me was like, did I do something wrong? But yeah, I do think that's most likely what it was.
I guess I shouldn't assume things going into this.
We won't get an answer, but I enjoy this mystery too.
That's right. It's down this hallway. The crime scene is in the room on the right side.
See, I just want to make sure I heard that right. Yeah, it's not too surprising for him to be on this first on the scene each time. Okay.
There's little time. Let's head straight there.
Ha! Think you're partners now just because you held hands with my master? I'll have you know, Master and I are connected on a much deeper level.
To make it sound so suggestive.
Relax, Shinigami.
Feels like a jump scare's coming up. Boom!
So this is the study where the crime took place.
Oh, it's open. I wonder if the lock was broken at the time of discovery here, too. There's nothing left here either. It's all cleaned up.
I don't want to do it, but I suppose I can share my cognition again here.
Are you sure?
Don't make a big deal out of it. Just make it quick.
Alright, investigation time. Alright, let's start with the fish tank.
That's true.
There are fish in the tank. Doesn't seem like they've been cared for since the owner was killed. They're looking pretty bad. Inside the tank, some kind of secret passage.
Yeah.
Would be interesting. It doesn't appear to be related to the case. Alright, let's take another look.
The crime scene of the murder is vividly brought to life before us. It all happens in silence, as though awakening from an eternal slumber. But the corpse will never wake up again. Even if the corpse did awaken, the nails pinning him down would prevent him from rising. The door is the only entrance and exit to the room. There are no windows and the vent is small. I don't see any escape routes from the locked room. Maybe the doll nailed to the wall holds the answer to this bizarre mystery.
I liked this crime scene. Yeah, upon first blush, maybe it's just the mansion setting, but it definitely has that classic murder mystery atmosphere to it. Those books are different. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't be so quick to say there's no other way in and out of this room, especially for a mansion like this. A secret passage seems like a given. There's a projector up there. Aha, there's a switch here. Okay, so we have a lot to look at. 1 second though, I'm just gonna turn the fan off because it's starting to get kind of cold in here. Just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Let's take a look around. There's a huge tank here, but there aren't any fish inside. Thank you. Living things can't be seen through post-cognition. Doesn't have that ability. The projector is installed in the center of the bookcase. It wasn't on when the corpse was found. You'll never reach it, Master. I'll check it out for you. Well, did you find anything unusual? Nope, everything is extremely usual and unrelated to the case.
Oh!
Lamp's light is pointed at the table. Probably wasn't turned on at the time. I don't see anything suspicious. Doesn't seem like the lamp is related to the case. There's a switch for the projector on the desk. Looks like it was set to off when the corpse was found. Alright, I think that's everything we can see from this little brief glance.
Yeah.
It's a lamp. The light's on right now.
Say,
Make sure to use proper lighting in addition to these kinds of lighting, as eye strain may occur. Who are you talking to, Shinigami? I think she's talking to us.
sit down right here.
She is adorable. Yeah, who's watching in a dark room right now? I have a suspicion I might know who is.
It can't be. Yep, it's nothing.
But I do the same thing all the time. I have always been that way. Alright, let's see. Bookshelf near the hallway. All these books are lined up so neatly. They're covered in dust. Nobody's touched them for a long time. Meaning, they won't help us with the case. So you say, but let's take another look.
Yeah.
Even in the past, several books line the shelf. I checked, but it doesn't seem like anything's different between then and now.
I see.
In that case, it's probably not related to the case.
There's only one doll nailed to the wall. Comparatively, there was a nearly obnoxious number of dolls nailed to the walls in the other crime scenes. Maybe there was no room to nail them to the walls, because of all the bookshelves in the way? Wait, this doll has both eyes gouged out. Did the culprit do this on purpose? This keeps getting more and more disturbing.
I would hazard a guess that that's because, potentially, the doll was being used as a sort of peephole, because there's probably a secret passage on the other side.
But it's kinda creepy cute. I wanna put one next to the top of a staircase so people can run into it at night.
Okay, 1 second, I'm just gonna take a quick look. Because I'm pretty sure I just heard some gunshots. Just a moment, everyone. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. I didn't see anything, but I would rather check and be sure than ignore that and, you know, regret it later. Thank you. Alright, there we go. Yeah, thank you. It's, not uncommon, unfortunately, to hear that kind of thing around here, but still always like to be sure because you never know. I've had some very, very crazy things happen very close to me, so... One of which actually did threaten to, potentially cost me my life, but anyway, yeah.
Why would you want to do that?
You know, this doll seems made of cheaper materials compared to the other ones.
Hey, you're right. Like it's made of resin instead of porcelain. The texture looks cheap, but also more durable.
Too bad it doesn't have eyeballs.
The eye holes are connected to each other in the head cavity. It's like that darkness is staring into me. Huh? There's a mark on the edge of the eye holes near the nose. Looks like a string rubbed against it. How did this mark get here?
This doll is made of resin, not porcelain, and it looks like a thin string rubbed against the inner corners of the eyes. Now that is something that has me a little stumped. I was thinking initially that it might have been, to cover, like, some punctures on the other side through the wallpaper here, to peek in from a potential secret passage, but now, that may not be the case. Let's keep looking around. Is there anything else I can check before? Oh, the door, but let's look at the corpse area first.
That's true.
This is where the first witness found the body. The bloodstains are still here. Considering the amount of blood, the victim was probably killed here, right?
It appears.
It seems very likely. Also, I'm now realizing that you might have made this, like this might have been a joke you made on purpose, Emerald, but you weren't kidding when you said that, Yuma requires a lot of hand-holding.
The cause of death here appears to be strangulation as well. And like the others, there are rope marks over the neck and traces of a struggle. Oh, but on a closer
Yep, so I
look,
said, okay, I kind of figure.
there's a mark left by a thin string on the back of his neck.
It couldn't have been the rope that was used to strangle him. The thickness is completely different.
There are two different types of string marks on the body. Was he strangled twice? But even then, it'd be odd to only have marks behind his neck. And why do the strings have different thicknesses?
Anyway, it's an important piece of evidence.
There are rope marks caused by strangulation and wounds from resisting. There are also string marks on the back of the victim's neck. I don't know what to make of that quite yet. But it's clearly the same kind of string, or at least I would assume it is, that we can see made the marks on the corners of the eye holes of that doll.
The victim was a well-built man, approximately 30 years old. The corpse here is also covered in nails. his appendages and chest are all nailed to the floor.
The owner of this mansion made his fortune in real estate from an early age. But along with aggressive land sharking and other illicit transactions, he made shady deals with Amaterasu Corp. There are several reasons he'd be hated. A doll with his name on it was bound to be nailed to the church forest.
I wonder how the person who cursed him feels now that he's actually dead.
Perhaps they feel no responsibility. Just hop on the urban legend bandwagon.
Is that really the case? Wait, this is odd.
Did you find something?
Look closely. The length of the nails driven into the corpse are all slightly different.
The length isn't the problem here. It's how hard they were hammered in.
What do you mean?
The nails driven into the lower torso went through the body and into the floor. But the nails in the upper torso did not penetrate all the way through the body.
But why would the culprit not hammer the nails in as hard on the upper body?
That's not the only unnatural thing. Take a look at the blood. The nail wounds on the lower torso appear to be bleeding sideways. But the upper torso wounds are bleeding vertically down toward his waist.
The blood flows differently between the upper and lower body?
Maybe the upper and lower torsos are different people, and they were smushed together after death.
That's disturbing.
Come on, you. Very interesting. Okay.
There's a vent, but it's too small for a person to fit through. And it's also screwed shut from the inside. It seems impossible to remove.
What's this now? Master, I discovered something! There are marks in the gap between the vents, like something scraped against it.
Really?
But given your height, you couldn't see it even if you stood on a chair.
Halara, can you use that chair to peek into the vent?
I will do so for 10,000 yen.
You're charging me for it?
I jest. The marks in the vent seem to be left by strings rubbing against it. Did someone hitch a string to it or something? It shouldn't even be visible from your perspective. I'm surprised you noticed.
Oh, it was just a hunch.
See? I told you I'm useful. I do way more than just float around.
I don't know if I said this earlier, but you should be able to come away from all these crime scenes with an idea of how each went down. Yeah, so far, I'm thinking I have a fairly decent understanding of the clock tower and the casino. This one is throwing me a little bit, but I think I just need to ruminate on it a little bit more.
You should give me 10,000 yen as a reward.
I'm getting a headache.
The vent is too small for a person to enter or exit from. There's evidence that a string or something similar scraped against the gap in it.
This is...
The door to the study. We left it open just in case. It's always good to be wary of sudden attacks. Never let your guard down. Right, got it.
I'll...
It's because of the teaching of yours truly. You're welcome, Master.
The door here can only be locked with a key. However, there is only the master key. No spares exist. The scenario resembles the locked room mystery in the casino. We can disregard the possibility of a duplicate key. The master key was found in this room at the time of discovery.
This is also similar to the locked room mystery in the secret club.
But there is one difference. The key was found underneath the corpse.
Under the corpse? But we can't move the corpse in the past, so we can't confirm if that's true.
Post-cognition isn't all-powerful, but it's a fact that the key was found under the corpse. I have a crime scene photo, taken back then, in my jacket pocket. No detail has slipped past my efforts.
Right. Huh? What's this?
Wait, not that one. I meant the other photo. This one's unrelated to the case.
Oh, this is it. You're right. The key's near the middle of his back. But can this photo be trusted? Could it be something the Peacekeepers fabricated?
The Peacekeepers acknowledged the incident occurred in a locked room. Besides, there's no need for fabrication. After all, it would be more convenient for them to have fewer mysteries to deal with.
That's true. Sorry for being doubtful.
No, that's expected of a detective. You're starting to figure out how to do your job.
Lara likes cats. Interesting. I kind of figured something like that might be the case after the after they told me they hated me and they hate all people. I figured they might have an affinity for animals in that case.
Was that a compliment?
Is that really all it takes to please you?
Also, I drew a sketch of the room's state on the back of that photo. Remember it well.
Yeah, okay. But why a sketch? How can it help solve the mystery? Also, what was with that cat photo anyway? That's surprisingly cute.
Key to the mansion's study. There are no copies of this master key. Mansion's floor plan and a photo of the locked room mystery, both received from Halara.
Looks like there's nothing left to check.
Alright, so we looked at everything.
Are you done here?
Oh!
Landscape paintings and extravagant frames are on display. All these paintings look incredibly expensive.
However,
they're counterfeits, not a single one is genuine. Doesn't look like there's anything relevant to the case here. Let's investigate elsewhere.
Oh!
Two extraordinarily thick books are stacked on the desk. These books are in great condition, aside from some dust. They look completely untouched.
beats me.
Probably wanted to seem knowledgeable. They haven't been moved for a while. They're probably not related to the case. It's a carefully organized bookshelf. Looks like all the novels belong to the same series. The Going Saga.
Yeah.
I believe this series is more than 150 volumes. Unfortunately, the author has passed away. It's a shame the story never saw an ending.
What does that mean?
It was an expensive-looking landscape painting, but it's tilted. Wonder why. Could this be related to the locked room?
It appears.
Doubtful. Judging by the marks on the wall, I'd say this painting was hung at an angle. Peacekeepers must have altered it by mistake during their investigation. How confusing.
Oh!
Several dolls have been nailed to the floor. After the clock tower and the secret club, this makes 3. Doesn't make it any less creepy, though.
Beats me.
Now's not the time to show fear. Investigate thoroughly and find the clues to solve this case. Right.
I see.
The dolls have nothing in common, and I don't see any unusual markings either.
It appears.
Nothing to do with the case, then. A series of books is arranged neatly on the shelf. No indication the books have been moved. I don't think they're related. I agree. Let's look somewhere else. Doesn't look like the books were stacked when the body was found. Peacekeepers must have stacked them. Good grief, what a bunch of amateurs. Placement seems to be the only thing that's changed. I don't think this will help with the case. Alright, I figured none of that would matter, but exactly, I wanted those detective points. Alright, now I think we've actually looked at everything. So we have... I'm just trying to think about the scene before I move on here. Because this is the only one so far where I don't feel I have a firm simulation about how things went down here. But there are marks on the vent above the door where thin string clearly was shoved through. He has thin string marks on his neck as well as a regular rope mark. The doll had thin string marks going through the eye holes where the eyes were gouged out. And it was nailed to the wall. The only one nailed to the wall. And the pattern of the hemorrhaging from his wounds was uneven. The nails in his legs were leaking off to the sides, while the nails nailed into his torso were leaking straight down. And the key was shoved under his body. I'm envisioning some kind of trap that was set utilizing the string and the doll to either choke him beforehand, because it seems like this was a harder one to pull off for the killer than the other scenes. That's just the impression that I get. Which is understandable because there is, compared to the other scenes, this is a harder locked room to pull off. So I'm imagining that the killer might have had a little bit more of a difficult time figuring this one out themselves. And I'm thinking that they had to rig a trap together in order to accomplish this one. And I just haven't put it completely together in my head, but I'm thinking that the thinner string was either used to subdue the man, like to keep him still, while the other rope could be administered and then used to strangle him, or that the thinner string or rope was actually the murder weapon this time, and the killer made sure... Well, no. Hold on. Let me actually look at the...
If you're not lost, why not check your notes?
Body. Wishing I had a Phoenix Wright emote right about now. Yeah, it would be very fitting. Alright, let's see. I want to That's just the notes. I want to see the solution keys. There we go.
Definitely want to remember this.
Show me his body again. Okay. No. So the larger rope was still the murder weapon, because he has the claw marks on his neck from trying to fight to get it off. So the larger rope was definitely still the murder weapon. We can definitely conclude that much. The thinner rope, I'm thinking, could have just been a way to subdue him, potentially. Like the doll might have been a... I'm definitely gonna have to think on this one. Let me read these clues again. The nails driven into the lower body pierced through to stick in the floor. However, the nails in the upper body did not completely penetrate the body. How the body bled was also strange. While the blood around the nails driven into the lower body seemed to be flowing sideways, the blood around the nails driven into the upper body seemed to be flowing vertically towards the victim's hips. If the corpse was always lying on its back, the bloodstains would not look this way. Correct. Evidence left in the study of the mansion where the victim was found. The victim's neck had signs of being strangled with a rope and wounds likely caused by resisting. In addition, there were thinner rope marks only visible on the back of the neck. Yeah, the fact that they're on the back of his neck makes me think, again, there was some kind of trap or like rigged mechanism utilizing this thinner rope and the doll. But I'm having trouble visualizing how this was accomplished. The vent is too small for a person to enter or exit from. It's screwed shut from the inside, making it impossible to remove. There's evidence that a string or something similar scraped against the gap in it. Perhaps a string was hitched on it. This doll is made of resin, not porcelain. Hollowed out eye holes are connected by a cavity in the head. In addition, it looks like a thin string rubbed against the inner corners of the eyes. Yeah, and the fact that it was a resin doll and not porcelain. The doll had to be more durable for this to work. Which makes me think that this was a key component in some sort of trap. I have a theory, but common etiquette means I should stay quiet. I am curious about your theory. But I do understand. Key to the mansion study. There are no copies of this master key. The door to the study is unlocked with the master key. Rubs hands mischievously. My thumbs up is not confirmation, by the way. Oh, no worries. I know you don't want to spoil anything, so I don't take it that way. By the way, I do love that emote. It's so cute. When the body was discovered, the door was still locked and the master key was found inside the study. He was found under the body. Thanks, it's my fave one. I did kind of wonder about that. It's super cute. Okay. I wish I could visualize this a little better. I need to just think about it. The unusual pattern of the hemorrhaging makes me feel like, Alright, let me just think on it. Let's go to the next crime scene. Wait, but let me actually save first. It's been a while.
Now we've gathered enough evidence. Though it appears complicated at first glance, the answer is simple.
Huh? Halara, did you already solve the locked room mystery?
What? You haven't?
There's no way to solve it with what we have. How was the room locked?
It's unfit for one detective to ask another that question. For the sake of your own pride, you must figure it out. Unless you'd like to hire me to do it for you. It won't come cheap.
I'll figure it out myself.
It's really all about the money with Halara.
The longer I'm with Halara, the deeper into debt I'll get. It's starting to scare me.
Now, let us be swift. Next up is our last crime scene.
Wait! Huh?
What in the world? The door's locked.
Say,
Master, that voice just now. Just our imaginations, probably. Did I check any of these other doors? No.
say,
The owner's not around anymore, and there are a bunch just hanging around. Let's snatch one and sell it. I'm a detective, not a thief. A sofa in a lobby. Who is it intended for?
well,
It's probably just a status symbol, right?
The next one is the art gallery in Ginma district. We're running low on time, so we must hurry.
They're all counterfeit paintings probably anyway. Yeah, that's what Halara was saying about the ones in the study, so it's highly likely all of them in the house are.
Right. The chief's in danger after all. Hey,
Sounds like someone punched a peacekeeper at the clock tower. Damn, what an idiot. Why do you look so guilty, Master?
oh,
Seems like they're restoring the building.
get it?
It rains 24/7. I wonder the place is a wreck. Run, Muppet, solve the crimes. I do feel like a Muppet considering, apparently, the solution to this locked room is quite obvious and I have yet to figure it out for myself.
so this is the art gallery. It's closed due to special circumstances.
The murder occurred only about a month ago. but I'm certain the crime scene has been cleaned up like the others. Not that it matters to me.
Wait! It's not a good idea to break into the art gallery!
Too late.
Did you say something?
That's our Hellora!
The crime scene is deep inside the art gallery. It's one of many storage rooms. Come, I won't allow time to be wasted.
Wait, please! Oh!
Seems like this door is locked. There are priceless works of art all over the place. Of course the door is going to be locked.
What is it?
Where do you think you're going? The crime scene is this way.
Sorry.
Sorry, I only have the one animation to open doors.
Is this the storage room where the crime scene took place? It's locked.
We're going.
I like how Yuma keeps falling for this over and over again. What do you think they're gonna do?
They're like a couple of thugs or something. Was the first on the scene a person from the church again?
As expected, it's the same worshiper. And he did say he was following the victim after finding a doll with the same name. He saw the victim enter the building late at night. He then searched the premises with the art gallery staff. When they opened this storage room, they discovered the body of the victim inside it. The door was locked at the time of discovery, and the key was found inside.
Ooh, another locked room mystery! That's more too! But I'm starting to get bored. It's not so special anymore.
What do you mean special? People have died. Let's start investigating.
Yeah, sounds good.
Alright, here we go.
Maybe.
Cardboard boxes are stacked up. Judging from the labels, the boxes were brought in after the incident.
It appears.
Looks like there's artwork inside. They must be storing the items no longer on exhibit. I don't think these are related to the investigation.
Post-cognition reveals the crime scene in slightly faded colors. The room looked vaguely hazy in my eyes, even with the rows of vivid paintings within the art gallery. The smell of paint oil that permeated the room wasn't that of the past, but the present. If even the smells from the past could be recreated, the stench of the corpse would be much more overwhelming. This is...
Portrait painting with nails driven into it. This picture really conveys its time period. Maybe the person depicted is an important figure from years ago?
What?
Huh? There's nothing dignified about this guy. He just looks like a regular old geezer.
You know...
Cardboard boxes are stacked up.
Yeah.
There's a layer of dust on the boxes. It doesn't look like the culprit touched them. Meaning they've got nothing to do with the case.
blood place suspicious.
Oh!
Sculpture with a sheet placed over it to keep dust off.
It appears.
Doesn't look like it's been moved for a long time. Yeah, you can tell from the dust that's gathered on the sheet too. There are baskets on top of the shelf. I'm not tall enough to see inside them though. I'll take a look for you. This is... What is it? We accomplished nothing. So you found nothing. It's a sculpture with a sheet over it. The position was the same before and after using post-cognition.
I see.
Alright, so just as we thought, nothing to that.
Oh!
There are baskets on top of the shelf. Alright, what about this?
There's a nail stuck in a painting. The killer must have hammered a nail into the portrait instead of a doll. Why is there such a fixation on dolls? The crime scenes so far have all been abnormal, but this one's just sick and twisted.
Nail is driven into the portrait, perhaps in place of a doll. Yeah, it is interesting that there is a odd lack of dolls at this crime scene.
This is...
Painting of a man screaming with his hands clutching his face. There's something unnerving about this painting. I almost feel as if it's going to swallow me whole.
That's...
Paintings don't have that kind of power. More importantly, did you find anything? No, nothing suspicious. Doesn't look like it's related to the case. Perfect emote. Canvas. Placed here is completely blank. It's a scream. Yeah, I love that painting. I wonder why it's blank, and why it's so messily placed with these wooden frames.
Well...
Doesn't look like an exhibition piece. Maybe it was used for some other event. I see. Nothing seems out of place. I don't think this will help with the case. Okay, so that is more of the same, though I do find it interesting that the Scream painting was nailed up there, but more than likely just the peacekeepers messing with the crime scene.
I'll find out for you.
Alright, let's check the body first. This crime scene I didn't quite get until later, but maybe I wasn't paying attention. If you didn't get it, I highly doubt I'll get it, but I will certainly do my best. Alright, let's check where the body was.
Oh!
Seems like this is where the body was at the time of the incident. There's no trace of it anymore,
It's
though.
me.
Looks like the area has been cleaned up, probably by the peacekeepers or the art gallery staff. I don't think investigating here will turn up any useful information. Okay, yes. I need you to hold my hand. And here's our victim.
The corpse of a young woman. She has nails all over her body, as expected.
Don't worry, you'll get it. Improved for equal and smarts. I wouldn't hedge a bet on that.
The victim's name is Issa Moe. She used her good looks to have relations with many men. The amount of suspects who could have written her name on the doll is nearly too high to count.
The victim has those same marks that suggest being strangled to death. Huh? But there aren't any scratches that would have been left from a struggle. And...
You noticed as well.
yeah, there's a wound on the back of her head. It looks pretty deep. This may be the real cause of death.
Like the other victims, there are signs of strangulation but no wounds from resisting, and signs of blunt force trauma to the back of the head. So this was more in line with what I had suspected about the other guy at the mansion, that there could have been a different cause of death than the usual, except his neck still had the scratch marks. So we know that's what killed him. But this is a very different case, and it's very sloppy on just first blush. Can't look at anything else. Alright, let's go check out that thing in the back of the room. Small window.
The only way in or out of here besides the door is this window.
The window juts out and is used as a vent. It doesn't appear big enough for someone to move through.
Currently, it opens outwards slightly, but there are no other suspicious traces on it. It seems impossible to enter or exit through here. Painting lies on the floor, and a doll is nailed against the canvas. One nail goes through the head, another nail is in the chest. But the nail in the chest also passed through the circular hole on the key's handle. Did the culprit leave the storage room after nailing the doll and key to the painting? If that's the case, how did they lock the room? The key was nailed to the picture, so it couldn't have been used.
Well, that's what makes it a locked room mystery. I'm sure they figured out some trick.
And I need to find out what that trick is.
Doll nailed to a cloth canvas. The key to the room is also nailed on.
This is...
It's a large scenic painting with a doll nailed to it. I wonder how this ended up on the floor. Is there a reason?
That's...
If it's related to the incident, there's probably a reason. Let's assume that much. Or maybe he's with the real key and that's a dummy key. I think so far one of the commonalities in each of these cases is that all of the keys are impossible to be replicated. By plot convenience, of course, but yeah. Nails are driven into the painting of a young man. Oh, I know this one. He's one of those edgelord protagonists everyone loves for no reason. That's not really the impression I get.
You better hurry or you'll run out of time.
Okay, so we still need to investigate the door, I believe, but for that, I just want to think. Nah, he looks like Apollo Justice. You're actually right. Those keys can't be replicated, but the lock itself might be.
You better hurry or you'll run out of time.
I know, Shinigami, I'm just trying to think. Okay. So let's see. What could the killer have done here? So first and foremost, the crime scene seems sloppier than usual. I mean, not in terms of what all was found and whatnot, But it doesn't really seem like much care was put into the details compared to some of the others that we've seen. She was murdered with blunt force trauma to the back of the head. And I'm assuming that the rope around her neck was just to keep consistency with the rest of the other cases. That would imply to me that whoever did this either only had one chance specifically to kill this woman and had to take it, or that there was more anger in this particular kill than with the others based on the decision to use blunt force trauma. However, given the prior crime scene at the mansion, I do think that there are times where this killer has some trouble setting everything up the way they want to, so they have to rely on more clever tricks to get it done, and that may have just been the only way that they could have done it. So they had to deviate a little from their usual strategy of how they're killing. It was probably dragged here to make the investigation more confusing, because those nails would have certainly let the blood pool. I mean, there is a ton of blood here. There's also a little vent here where a lot of it could have drained through, to be fair, looking at the floor. But
Time to investigate.
I'm also trying to think about the psychological profile of our killer. Because when you consider the essence of the Nail Man urban legend, this is somebody who, in a way, is somewhat of a
You better hurry or you'll run out of time.
savior figure, right? Adhering to the wishes of the people. The Nail Man goes into the woods, sees whoever's name is written on a doll, and then goes and executes that murder on behalf of the person who wished it.
Time to investigate.
So it definitely gives me the impression that whoever is doing this has a bit of a complex about that. That would definitely suit the profile of the priest, that's for sure, and we, again, also know that the priest himself obviously is a member of the clergy, so he would have had access to the incinerator. I do like that you're doing a psychoanalysis. Yeah, I try to do this when I play Danganronpa as well, to help me figure out who the killer could be. Probably be more effective if I was smarter, but I do try. But yeah, the impression that I'm getting is that oh my god, okay, you know what? Hold on. Let me do that so that way she won't keep saying that. But I do think that whoever is doing this definitely seems to have some kind of savior complex to some degree. The obvious answer would be, you know, the one dude that's obsessed with all the killings and stuff, but not only is that way too obvious, not that I'm ruling him out as a suspect, but I don't think that really fits the criteria of what this person is doing. Like I said, right now, I would say that the person who seems to have the most similar profile to what I'm looking at the killer as having right now would be the priest. But, you know, he was acting very weird in a straightforward fashion, which might also be too obvious, but... Trying to think about what else we could kind of glean from the crime scenes that we have seen. One thing I will definitely say also is that there is kind of an element to this that reminds me, like, I keep mentioning this movie, but it also kind of reminds me a little bit of Seven. The nature of these killings. Hey, welcome in, Neo Sunday. Thank you for the raid. Hold on, let me give you a shout out. Neo is melted. Welcome in, fellow witch. Thank you for the raid. Happy Monday to you too. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. What were you doing? For those of you that don't know me, I am Adrian Hallowell. I am a Cursed Witch VTuber, and I am currently playing Master Detective Archives Raincode. This is a game by the creator of Danganronpa, and is a investigation game. Very similar to Danganronpa, but rather than a death game, it is all about trying to solve mysteries. Like we are in the process of trying to catch a serial killer right now. It's a very fun game with fantastic art direction and great music. On Mondays we co-work. Oh, I see. What were you working on? And yes, of course, as always, raiders, if you have to raid and run, that is perfectly fine. Please do whatever you need to do for your post-stream self-care ritual. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, as you came in, we were just trying to ponder this case, thinking over the suspects and such. I did a bunch of shorts and thumbnails today. This game looks super fun. Oh, believe me, it is. If you're into mysteries and stuff like that, you will definitely like this game. I've never played anything like it. The closest that I think I can equate it to that I mentioned with my chat is LA Noire. It's kind of like an anime LA Noire with a lot of Danganronpa elements. It's very fun. And some light Persona elements as well, if you kind of want to think of that with like the alternate world stuff like that, but I definitely liken it more to LA Noire and Danganronpa. But I'm glad that you got some thumbnails and shorts done. I honestly should do the same thing. I haven't posted any YouTube shorts in a while now. I'm not the greatest at determining what parts of my stream are particularly interesting. And normally I can get thumbnails done pretty quickly. Their quality is debatable, but yeah, I should probably make some more, if I'm honest. So definitely good that you dedicate some time to getting all of that done. But yeah, the profile I'm getting right now from the killer, just from everything we've seen so far, I was mentioning the movie Seven. The reason why I bring it up is because when you look at the nature of each of the victims so far, they all seem to be related to some degree of sinning. Like, we had somebody that was, I guess like a gambler, right? And they said that he screwed a lot of people over, right? He was not a great person. And then the guy that owned the mansion supposedly obtained his wealth, or he like treated people kind of wrong. He wronged a lot of people, right? Or at least that's what I believe Halara had said. And now we have somebody that apparently used her good looks to charm and hurt a lot of men, right? So kind of seems like we're going the direction of something akin to the Seven Deadly Sins, right? Seven is like the best movie. I know it's so good, right? Yeah, it is such a great film. And I kind of get the vibe that they are taking a little bit from it here with this case that I'm currently working. And even just in general, you know how it's like always raining in that movie, or at least for like 90% of it? In this game, the city is constantly raining. So it, like literally 24/7, and that's one of the mysteries of the game itself. So it does make me think a lot of that movie. But yeah, I am getting the impression that the killer here is operating with a sense of a savior complex, but also acting as a punisher for those who are behaving through what they deem to be immoral actions. And that, of course, is befitting of a member of the church, which again puts the priest as the prime suspect right now. Now, the man that was telling us, like, some of the details and stuff, the larger man, I don't really believe he could be the one to commit the crimes, because we've already seen that it had to be a more slim person to be able to fit in to some of these locations, like the window at the clock tower or the vent in the casino. So if we're looking at them as our primary suspects, then it has to be either the priest or the nun, with a, you know, potential dark horse candidate in the guy that's all obsessed with these cases. Not that I think he's necessarily like, it would be that surprising if he turned out to be the killer, but just following mystery rules here, he's too obvious. He literally told us he was at every crime scene. So I would say those two are definitely the prime suspects. Which doesn't really narrow it down because there's not a whole lot of suspects, but you know what I mean. So I don't know. Let me look over the current pieces of evidence that we have. At least as far as this room. Like the other victims, there are signs of strangulation, but no wounds from resisting. There are also signs of blunt force trauma to the back of the head. The wound is deep and may point to the real cause of death. A doll nailed to a cloth canvas. One nail is driven into the head and another into the chest. A key to the room is also nailed on with the nail in the chest. Every crime scene, that totally sus, just to confirm what the investigators are trying to gather. A nail is driven into the portrait, perhaps in place of a doll. The painting seemed to be of like a landscape with like grass and trees, right? I'm probably way overthinking this, but the doll being nailed to a painting like that, and again, given the kind of somewhat biblical theming I'm kind of getting here, because I guess if you think about it, we have someone that would be considered greedy, one that would be considered prideful, and one that would be considered lustful, right? I am kind of wondering if the doll being nailed to that kind of a painting would be kind of a reference to Eve. I don't know, that's just a thought. Not that it really completely aids our case here, because I think by this point we can figure that whoever is doing this is probably somebody from the church anyway, just because that person had to have access to the incinerator at the church. But it does seem to, again, aid along the idea that whoever is doing this has some kind of savior complex and is looking down upon certain people for what they perceive as immoral behavior. Sins, yeah. At least that's what I'm thinking. Again, this case is reminding me a lot of the movie 7. In that movie, the serial killer that is on the loose through a city that is always raining, at least up until around the end of the movie, involves somebody who is killing people based on the 7 deadly sins. Now, I do want to look at the solution keys again, because it's been so long since we saw the first victim. I don't think we knew anything about them, right? I don't recall anything being said about the first victim that we found. Like her identity and stuff. Though I could just be forgetting. I'll have to go over my VOD and look back just to make sure that I didn't forget any details about that victim. Because if that is the case, then I wonder why she was killed. And if it will fit into the mold of what I'm currently seeing the murders as right now. Kind of fascinating where your mind goes for these. Yeah, I have a habit of overthinking things. Probably way off from what they're thinking, but it is just kind of what I'm getting from this. Alright, let's go ahead and check out the door real quick. There might be one last detail around here that might help us. Help me, rather. Not that it's... No, you're okay. I'm just,
Only one of them was inside the room at the time of discovery.
No, I'm just, making a self-evaluation. I tend to do this a lot whenever, like I watch mystery shows or movies or things like that, and, sometimes I'm right, and then other times it's like, I think I'm over-analyzing the author's intent rather than the actual details of the case itself, so I tend to overthink it, if that makes sense. So, interestingly enough, this is the first locked room that, according to Halara here, had 2 keys that opened the door.
The other one was owned by a member of the art gallery staff. That staff member always carried the extra key and used it to enter this room when the corpse was discovered.
Where was the key found inside usually kept?
It's supposed to be kept in the administrative office, but it's unknown if it was always there. Maybe it was lost and the culprit found it. Or perhaps the culprit secretly stole it. Either way, the culprit managed to obtain the key somehow.
Good night, night. Good night, Augustine. Thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. I'll be getting off soon in a very short amount of time anyway, so you won't miss much. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a great rest of your night and that you sleep well. Thank you for the redeem. Wait, how long? Well, after I look at the clues regarding the door, which I'm sure there isn't many anyway, I'm going to save it there, and I'm going to stop for the night, because it's already going to be 11 o'clock, and I have to be up early tomorrow. So, yes, I will be stopping very shortly.
One key was in the storage room. The other key was always carried by a staff member.
Then I'll stay in buggy, you don't bug me. But yeah, don't worry, you won't be kept waiting too long. I don't know how long the sequence here is, but if it starts to carry on too long, then I'll just put my Switch in standby, and I'll just leave it like that till next time. Alright, so one key was in the storage room. The other key was always carried by a staff member. But I like butterflies. So do I. I actually... when I was much younger, I did in fact catch a butterfly and had it as a pet for a little bit, and then when I set it free, it actually did not want to leave. It kept flying back to me, which was very cute.
If the culprit is that staff member, then this would...
Spilled paint.
Oh!
Okay, I think we're back.
Hurry, or you'll run out of time.
Death by Q. Yeah, I guess it's probably a sign that I should be getting off ASAP. Let me finish investigating this this stuff here. I didn't even see what was said. If we can find out when the spill occurred, we'll know if it's related to our investigation. Okay. Alright, hold my hand. Let's take a look into the past.
Time to investigate.
I've been wondering, did the culprit knock this paint can over? If so, it could have been used for some sort of trick.
It's unwise to make up your mind before conducting a proper investigation. It may have been like this before the murder. Or it could have tipped over when the discovery was first made.
Right.
You got carried away in the hopes of getting complimented. Aren't you an eager little puppy?
Be quiet.
Alright, I think that's everything.
That should be enough.
I feel like the full picture is slowly starting to come together. I guess you are ahead of me there, Yuma. Alright.
That should do it for the room. Next is the window. It would be best to check outside of it. Go ahead. I'll stay here.
Outside the window? All right.
Alright, so we will investigate the outside of the window next time, which I'm hoping should be tomorrow. But let me go ahead and get us set for our raid out before my connection starts dropping again. So, 1 second. Okay. Thanks for the stream, of course. Thank you for being here. I know it seemed like you were pretty busy, so I do appreciate you taking the time to be here. And thank you to everybody who raided. In fact, hold on. Let me do this. Yes, there is a list of everybody that raided today. So please go give those cool people follows. Great stream. Thank you so much, Neo Sunday. I appreciate that. Thank you for dropping by. You see, what was something I was gonna say before? Yes, Chiruri. If you're interested in seeing me play more of this game, please feel free to follow. It was nice bantering back and forth with you. Because I will be playing this game for quite a bit, I presume, so... Yes, feel free to hang around a little bit more if you like the game. And you don't mind watching me play it. But yes, thank you everybody for being here today. I really appreciate you all as usual. And it was a lot of fun. I'm hoping to be back tomorrow. I have to make sure that my schedule aligns as always, because things just pop up. As did happen actually earlier today, but yes, we shall see. I presume I should be back tomorrow, so hopefully I will see you all then. If not, as usual, I will communicate via Blue Sky and via my Discord server, so keep your eyes peeled to that for more information. But yes, let me go ahead and start trying to see who we can raid into. Wait, I'm curious, do you have a favorite butterfly? I'm actually not very well versed on the different types. I'd have to look at them and let you know. But I do think that they are very cute. Alright, let's see. We have... Mari is on. Mistlock is on. Wow, a lot of people are online right now. Blue Morpho. I don't know if that was the kind that I caught, but the one that I did catch did have very striking blue wings, and it was very beautiful. Okay, I think we will probably raid Callisto. It's been a while since we've had the opportunity to raid her. So we're gonna raid into her for tonight. Blue morphos are very bright blue. Yeah, I'll have to look that up and see if it looks like the one I caught. But yes, thank you all for coming today. Really appreciate you all. Had a lot of fun. And I hope to see you all tomorrow, or just in case I'm not on tomorrow, whenever I next stream. So, you know the drill. Our raid message will be Hallie Raid with 2 of my emotes, whichever ones that you choose to use. Feel free to choose as you please. And yes, all of you, please do have a very good rest of your evening. Eat if you haven't, get some rest, and I will be seeing you all next time. Stay spellbound.